All right, let's get started, everyone. If we can respectfully pipe down and we'll get started. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We really appreciate. Hello? We really appreciate all of you being here today to recognize some of our wonderful students. And maybe some of you are going to be staying after for some really exciting topics we're talking about today, like some name changes. Before we begin, just some housekeeping stuff. Again, thank you everyone for being here today and taking your time to care about public education and our students. This public regular Board of Meeting of Education for May 12th, 2026 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is also being streamed live on PPS YouTube page and will be replayed on channel 28. Which, honestly, being here 3 years, I still have no idea what channel 28 is. So, good evening and welcome. We are, again, I can't say this enough, so pleased that all of you are here today. Just a couple housekeeping reminders, please keep the aisles and stairways clear for safety reasons. If you did bring a display sign or a banner, we do ask that you hold that below chin level so the people behind you can see. Also, if you did bring a sign or a banner, they must stay on your person. They're not allowed to be posted anywhere. And lastly, but most importantly, just a reminder that let's stay respectful to each other. So we have a very full agenda item tonight. I will try a new practice where I will state the allotted time for each agenda item. But before we start, we had an opportunity to recognize our all-star recipients this evening. And since tonight's superintendent report is focused on recognizing these great students, we'll start with our superintendent. Take it away, Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair Wong. So tonight we celebrate students who shine not only through achievement, but through character, perseverance, and heart. Your child represents the very best of our school community. That is evident through the number of teachers, staff, and building level leaders that we have with us here. Wave at us. There we go. We see you all. There we go. Behind every all-star student is a family that has encouraged, supported, and believed in them. This recognition reflects hard work, resilience, kindness, and the ability to positively impact others. We are grateful for the partnership families provide in helping our students grow into confident, caring leaders. An all-star is someone who lifts others, stays committed, and continues to grow. And the students being recognized tonight are some of those students that have demonstrated that across our school communities. So tonight we are going to honor students who lead with excellence and families who lead with love. Join me in welcoming up our Senior Director of Family and Community Engagement, Nicole Watson.
Good evening. Good evening, All-Stars and our families. I am so excited to welcome you to our 2026 All-Star Awards reception and recognition. Please go ahead and clap it up for our babies. The All-Star Awards, as our superintendent just shared, celebrates all of our students across Portland Public Schools whose leadership, courage, brilliance, and character uplift their school communities. Coordinated by the Office of Family and Community Engagement, this recognition honors students whose lives and lived experiences, their identities, their cultures and contributions reflect the richness of the diversity of our district. Tonight you will be receiving or hearing categories across the following. Got some babies waving in this space, so you might see yourself on TV tonight and on Channel 28. I hope we know where to find Channel 28, Chair Wong. Our award categories for tonight are our Native Pride Award, Our Si Se Puede Award. Our Young Gifted Black Diaspora Award. Our Asian American Excellence Award. Our Pacific Pride Award. Our Babies Who Are New, our New Portlanders Award. And a new category that we are excited to announce tonight, our Community Champion Award. These awards tonight will be read by the Office of Family and Community Engagement. Our Native Pride Award will be celebrated by Glenn Lamont. Our Si Se Puede Award will be recognized by Rena Gomez. Our Young Gifted Black Diaspora Award will be read by Willie Williams III. Our Asian American Excellence Award will be read by Nam Do. Our Pacific Pride Award will be read by Jamal Tibbs. Our New Portlanders Award will be read by Dr. Miranda Ryan. And I will read our Community Champion Award for our babies. I also want to shout out Kai Lu, who is also on the FACE team, who is in community tonight, as he should be. With that, I'd like to welcome up Glenn Lamont.
Hello, everybody. Greetings. My name is Glenn Lamont. I am a member of Ninawai Okla, means the people of the Mother Mound. I am a student engagement coach from the Family and Community Engagement. I'm here to recognize the PPS Native Pride Award. It honors Native and Indigenous students who demonstrate leadership grounded in cultural pride, resilience, and responsibility to community. This award recognizes students who honor their traditions and identity while contributing meaningful to their schools through advocacy, wisdom, and care for others. So I'm gonna read up some names, and you're gonna come up and grab your award. Grab the award. It's that first one right there. The first one, Jules Jones. Jules. Next one, Nakota Best. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Next one, William Cabellas. Next one, Inte Tanika. Next one, Talula Eagsman. Raina?
Are those all of our
Yeah,
babies?
yeah.
Can we pause to take a photo with our Native
Oh, yeah.
Pride Award babies?
Excuse me, I'm trying to get out of the shot.
I think, oh, she's on, I'm not sure exactly.
Thank you for being patient, families. We appreciate our babies. Okay.
Okay.
See why we did this paper?
It wasn't. Okay, okay. Sí se puede. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Reina Gomez, and I am the community agent for the Hispanic community. And I am going to be presenting the Si Se Puede Award. Sí se puede es un reconocimiento para estudiantes de herencia latina con esfuerzo, valentía y perseverancia. Estudiantes que inspiran a los demás y trabajan por sus metas. Este premio celebra a quienes apoyan a su comunidad, muestran liderazgo y hacen una diferencia positiva en su escuela y alrededor de ellos. Así se puede recognize a student of Latinx heritage whose perseverance, courage, and advocacy embody the spirit of Si Se Puede. This award celebrates students who uplift others, pursue their goals with determination, and contribute to their school and community through leadership, service, and collective strength.
Yes.
Okay. I'm very nervous, sorry.
You got it, Reina. You got it, baby.
The first award goes to Brice Abigail Gomez. The next one is for Jasmine Reyes Contreras. I have a lot of messages. I want to do something that I always do. The next one goes to Cristani Javier Vallejos. El próximo va para Norma Gutiérrez Morales. Okay. El próximo es para Arely Sandoval García. Willie.
Can we get all the babies up for a photo?
Yeah. Musical chairs.
I know.
Here you go, boss. It's upside down.
One more coming, y'all. Two more coming. Take your time. It's your night.
Smell like it's here.
While we're waiting for our photo op, I am pleased to announce that the pizza has arrived. We are the All-Stars. I will coordinate pizza and we'll start bringing those up who have our halal and vegan options first to serve our pizza. Please give our Si Se Puede award recipients. This mic. Yeah, Roseanne. Hey, Roseanne, your mic's not working. Okay. Can we get some volume? It's looking like we don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
Will we ask Terry? Okay, let's do that. Listen. Test, test, test. Okay, test, test.
That's way better. Right. Does it connect right here? Does it connect? That's what we're doing here. Good evening, families. My name is Willie Williams III. I am the director of the Grice Adair Center for Educational Excellence here at PPS. Hey, all right, all right. Absolutely. And tonight, family, I am introducing our recipients for the Young, Gifted, and Black Diaspora. This celebrates Black students whose excellence, creativity, and leadership reflect brilliance in action. This awards honors students who demonstrate integrity, resilience, and a commitment to justice, using their gifts to uplift their communities and inspire positive change. Our first recipient is Mo Ali Hassan. Our second recipient is Nevaeh Thomas. Our third recipient, Abdoulaye Barry. I don't have that one. We keep her award and make sure she receives it. Our fourth recipient. Can I get the? I'm gonna give it to you. Our fourth recipient is Jaden Lee. Our next recipient is Carolina Alonso. And last but not least, our final recipient, Cherie Brandt. We will make sure Cherie receives her award. Thank you. Can I get the recipients back up front for a group picture? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We will now be moving to the next category, which is our Pacific Pride category. So let's give it a clap. My name is Jamal Tibbs. I'm the special advisor to the Family and Community Engagement Team, and I'll be presenting on the Pacific Pride Recipients Award. The Pacific Pride Award celebrates Pacific Islander students whose leadership, cultural knowledge, and community mindedness enrich their school environments. This award honors students who lead with humility, resilience, and pride, uplifting their communities while honoring ancestral connections and collective values. Our first recipient tonight is Dorisa Ngang. Our second recipient tonight is Alicia Lay. Our third recipient this evening is Joyce Nyeringwe. Our fourth recipient tonight is Toko'one Helotu Fakapulia. And our last recipient within this category for the evening is Anapisi Mapa. Go ahead and have her stay over there. We're going to ask quickly that our Pacific Pride recipients come back to take a group photo with our school board, please. Thank you. Let's get our Pacific Pride team down here.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Ngọc Đỏ. I goes by Ruby, and I am a district community agent with FACE department. Tonight, I'm grateful to be representing the Asian American Excellence Award. Asian American Excellence honors Asian American student whose leadership, service, and culture contribution strengthen the school and communities. This award recognizes students who affirm identity and belonging, elevate representation, and lead with purpose, empathy, and pride. I'm so happy to announce our recipient tonight. Please welcome Maddie Obudaya. Next one, Sherry Yu. Flora Chen. Tatum Morris. Oh my God, she's so cute. And Vince Pacquiao. Student and family welcome to come on in the front and take picture with board member, please.
Just close it that way. There we go. Protect the names of the insert around here. Are we ready? Okay. Okay. Hello, I'm Dr. Miranda Ryan, a proud member of the Klamath Tribe. I am the Director for Native Community Engagement and Educational Partnerships. And thank you. Tonight I'm reading the recipients for the New Portlanders Award. The first recipient is Franieli Martinez Campos. Next, Roman Martinez Rojas. Sai Raj Krishnan. Masihula Nizi.
If you could all come back and get a picture with our board members, that would be great. Thanks.
Read it. Yes, do it now. Do it while they're coming up. Come on, Director Sullivan, Director LaFord. Go get it. While they're coming up for their photo.
While they're coming up for the photo, I'll tell you a little bit about the award. New Portlanders recognizes students who are newcomers to Portland, including immigrants and refugee students, whose courage, adaptability, and determination inspire their school communities. This award honors students who navigate new environments with resilience, contribute their voices and experiences, and help build inclusive and welcome school communities. Thank you.
All right, we're just going to leave that microphone the way it is. I am here to read the Community Champion Award. My name is Nicole Watson. I am Senior Director of Family and Community Engagement. Thank you. The Community Champion Award recognizes our babies of any background that demonstrate leadership through their ability to advocate for equity, challenge discrimination, and tackle systemic inequalities to improve the quality of life for historically marginalized people within their school community. Give them a round of applause. Our first recipient is Junior Talanoa. Thank you, baby. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Our next recipient is Amika Dorfman. This is one of our proud PPS parents. There we go. Our next recipient is Sequoia Hall. Our next recipient is Elizabeth Terrett. Our next recipient is Anusha Abdul Rahim. All right, baby. Yes, Anu. Yes. Our next recipient is Louis Amexqua. Go, Louis! And our final award for this evening is Amari Karia. And if our community champions can make their way back to the front of the boardroom so that we can take our photo together. And we're gonna ask in a moment all of our recipients to come and join us. We're gonna stuff in here, y'all. We're gonna stuff, and we're gonna turn the hair up a little bit more if we can, and we're gonna take one culminating photo after our community champion photo. Please give them another round of applause. We've got one more coming. We'll wait. Okay, maybe that's a different award. All right, there, we're ready. There we go. Let's give them another round of applause. Stay here. Can we have all of our recipients and village that surrounds them? I want you to give them a round of applause that lets them know that we love them and that we're so proud of who they are and who they are becoming. We are so inspired by you, your courage, your brilliance, your creativity, your advocacy, and who you are in a world that desperately needs you and your power. Absolutely. We're going to stuff them in here, babies. Come on, my baby with the boots. Let's go, my love. That's right. There we go. We're going to make room for my babies tonight. And please feel free to come, take some photos. We want to make sure, Beth, we're at a wedding. We want to make sure the main photographer gets the photo. But we'll take a few. Where are you going, baby love? Okay. Ooh, we came down the stairs. We came down them steps. Okay. Look at your 2026 All-Stars. That's right. Listen. That's right. All right. With that, we conclude our 2026 PPS All-Star Awards. We thank you for coming out tonight. We thank our families and our babies for all that you do, all of who you are, and who you are becoming. The world better watch out, because you're next. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. We're done. Should I take this? Well, we can take this stuff down so that it's not sitting here in the celebration. Yeah, I got you. Well, you do that part. Just give us 1 minute, director. You're welcome. You're so welcome.
Again, thank you everyone for being here. We'll continue in about 3 minutes to give people time to transition and socialize. So enjoy.
Those are our extra certificates right here. Can we get those extra chairs? Where did we put those? Okay. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. I will get them from Jamal. Do you have the extra more? We have option one. Excuse me.
All right, we have about another minute before we get started. If everyone can get settled down, please. Find your seat. Find a place to sit. Aisles and stairs need to be kept clear. All right, let's get started. Thank you, everyone, again for staying tonight. Was that really loud? I'm sorry. I can go louder. All right. Shh. Thank you. All right, today, our next... Again, thank you for allowing us time for celebrating our students and the All-Star Awards. It's a big deal. It's big, kind of what we're here for. Celebrate our students, all of them. Also, thank you for the rest of you for staying and enjoying this wonderful programming that we have ahead for you. A couple reminders. We do need to keep the aisles and stairs clear for safety reasons. We have seen people trip, and it's not fun. And all right, so let's get started. All right, the next item that we have today is our resolution to recognize Teacher and Administrator Appreciation Week. I've asked Director Engelsman to introduce this item. I'll hand it off to you.
It's the first time for me. Hello, good evening. To the teachers and the administrators and the professional educators, thank you. You are the magic in the building. You are the glue to our schools, and you are the be-all and end-all to our kids. You teach math and reading and social-emotional development, all while giving hugs and snacks and Band-Aids. Our world depends on you, and we thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7299, resolution to recognize Teacher and Administrator Appreciation Week?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Director Split moves. Director Engelsman seconds. Any board discussion?
No, but I'm just thinking about my favorite teachers, which were at MLC. Just that took the time to, teach. Is MLC in the house? Oh, hey. Just literally taught me how to wash a paintbrush out. Just the few minutes it took for her to show me, literally how to do it physically. And I use that skill to this day, 50 years later.
Beautiful. Thank you. Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? All right. Thank you. The board will now vote on Resolution 7299, resolution to recognize Teacher and Administrator Appreciation Week. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
Yes.
Abstentions? And Student Representative Retorto.
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7299 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. All right, next up we have item is our resolution to recognize May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I have volunteered to say a few words about this, and to be honest, I didn't think that so many people were going to show up today, so I'm a little nervous. I made a big speech back in my first year as a board member about being an Asian American up here, and I don't want to repeat that mistake. So I'm going to reference a couple things from there and also some changes and then move on as we have a long agenda item tonight. I just want to recognize that we have our appreciation weeks and Heritage Months to recognize a lot of our underserved and underrepresented populations. And in this case, in terms of AA and HPI, we have a specific problem of being underrepresented. I asked the question, how long has PPS been in existence? No one knows. It's been that long, right? And how many Asian American board members have there been? I think one. Looking at last names, maybe two, but I don't know. But it's very lonely up here, and I think I want to just kind of reiterate that one of the things that we struggle with is representation. But the reason we're here and we do these things is because we want it better for our kids. And I want to recognize that PPS has done huge strides in that, including, for example, our DLI programs. My kid is in one, and because of that, she doesn't have to face a lot of the hardships that I grew up with, especially being lonely and being one of the only ones. And often in my career, and again, I am only talking to myself. I know AA and HPI is a whole group of people, but I can only talk about myself. So only talk about me. I do want to talk about the group really briefly because it is such a huge group. It represents people from the largest continent on the planet, as well as islands spread through the largest ocean on the planet. And we have a whole swath of diversity within this group. And it's very interesting putting it all together. It is one of the if you look at the data and economic data, it's one of the most stratified populations in terms of both academic achievement. We have some highest academic achieving kids, but we also have some of the lowest and most struggling and highest rates of dropouts. We also have the highest in this group is also one of the highest rates, maybe the highest rates of depression and suicide. So we made a lot of improvements over the years, but we have a long way to go. One of the things that I referenced in my last speech in 2024 in May at this time was I think I shared with a lot of people that I am a big movie buff. There's this American American Film Institute. They have a top 100 films of all time. I think I've watched almost all of them. I've taught courses in filmmaking and film history. And I still say to this day that one of the most impactful movies in my life is Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. Because it was one of the first mainstream blockbuster movies that featured not one, but two Asian Americans as the lead. And we hadn't really seen that before. And I want to update that a little bit today by saying that now has currently been replaced by K-pop Demon Hunters. For both my daughter, and that was probably one of the first movies where she saw me tear up. And I don't know why I did, except for the fact that no one knew that a movie about a bunch of Koreans would make be that big. In fact, let me tell you a little bit of the dark side of this movie. I found out after the fact because of a lot of great, wonderful documentarians. If you noticed, most movies, cartoons especially, or animations, when they come out, so does a ton of merchandise, right? I mean, you see Marvel characters and T-shirts and stuff, and you see, other cartoons by Pixar or whatever. Merchandise is a big part of the industry. But if you ever noticed when K-pop Demon Hunters came out, there was no merchandise. Why was that? It was because when that movie was about to be released, a bunch of executives from all these companies said, no, we're not going to invest in it because no one's going to care about a movie about a bunch of Koreans. And to those people, I have some words for you, but I'm going to share it after the cameras turn off, so you're going to have to wait. So anyways, I just want to say that this is a big deal. I can only, again, speak for myself, but one of the things that we struggle again is recognition as well as representation, and having this resolution speaks volumes in terms of that the district and the people in it care and want to do better so that our kids don't have to grow up with the same pains and trauma that we did. So thank you all today. With that, I would like to ask if there is a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7300, resolution to recognize May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
So moved.
Second.
Director Sullivan moves, and I'll just give it to Director Lafort today. Seconds. Is there any board discussion? Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? Oh, come on. Yes, student representative.
One thing. I just wanted to say you didn't give us enough time to applause after your speech. So I just wanted to say I thought it was a great speech, and I thought it was incredible.
And I'd like to say I'm so glad you're board chairman.
Thank you. All right.
Can I add something? That explains your movie obsession. All of the references that come up. I haven't watched any TV in like 40 years or movies, and so I don't get any of the references. Yeah. I get you now a little more. Thank you.
And just a warning, in case you're listening, Harold and Kumar is not for kids. In case you don't know what that is. Just be wary. All right. Thank you. All right, we'll now vote on Resolution 7300, resolution to recognize May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Noes, abstentions. Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7300 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Retorto voting yes. Thank you. All right, with that, I now hand this over to Student Representative Retorto.
Great, thank you so much. So we had planned to announce the next student representative tonight, but due to some complications, I believe we will be able to send out an official PPS communication since we will be holding the election tomorrow at our meeting tomorrow. So I will have information on the next student representative soon. But in lieu of that, I did receive some comments from a student who was unfortunately not able to speak tonight, who I met at one of our board engagements at Kellogg. I believe it was Kellogg. And they just had a few questions on the right sizing process, and I'd like to take this time to read those out. So their name is Lucy, and they're a 6th grader at Roseway Heights Middle School. They had a few questions. Number 1, why aren't Head Start or Pre-K considered as part of the utilization of a school building? Like in my old school, Jason Lee / Sunrise Elementary, we supported Head Start classes, and they were a strong constant in our school. I believe that they were a part of who we were as a school. I believe that part of the map with the graphs that was used on the 11th with the circles with the data like enrollment, capacity, and utilization should have part of its representation be pre-K or Head Start communities, or have them included with the rest of the data. And yes, I'm aware that not all of these schools in the district have pre-K kids in their building, but for others, it is a big part of who they are in their communities. If a school that had pre-K were to shut down, what would happen to the pre-K classes? Would they just be eliminated from that location or move to a different one? And they said, sorry if that was a lot about freaking Head Start, but there are real fears and questions that bugged me at the meeting, and I think a lot of other people had similar thoughts. Number 2, lottery schools in my neighborhood have been chosen over our neighborhood schools by so many kids and their families in our neighborhood, even though Jason Lee / Sunrise Elementary is right around the corner, which impacts so many kids and where they and future students end up going to school. What are your perspectives on this? All around me, and so many kids leave for Richmond or other schools, not even in the district. When families go to Richmond, for example, could contribute so much to our neighborhood schools and our Title I schools just by going there or attending. It seems that the people who use these lottery schools to get away from their neighborhood schools are to go to nicer, better schools and to try and get away from the worse schools closer to them. Rejecting the schools that may be part of the declining amount of kids enrolling in some of these Title I schools. I truly believe that all schools should be viewed with respect and equality and not judged by just enrollment grades or public image, but of the real people, families, and students who contribute and are a part of who we are as a whole. And and I would like to say that as a person, I would like to say that going to my neighborhood school and staying in that tight-knit community has helped shape the person I am today. These diverse schools have taught me so much about compassion, being kind to anyone from any background, and who I am. It shows my attitude, how I handle day-to-day life. It shows how I tackle problems and my control of it, and that's something I'll always be proud of, and a huge reason why we should especially protect our Title I schools. And then number 3, this is a short one. I think that there should be more student involvement in this. I'm sure a lot of them don't even know basic facts about what this is and what's going on. They are the ones getting the most directly impacted by these changes, and so they should know more. I feel that their take on this is very important and essential for a better future for PPS. Also, I think that what is happening to these learners, including myself, can be scary and stressful. Changing schools is not fun for anyone, and no one wants their school to get shut down, even if they don't go there anymore. That sense of love and community will always be there for that school. As far as I'm concerned, the future is dependent on the students' well-being and health, which is partly why I believe so strongly we should protect our Title I schools and their kids. A lot of these kids may be struggling at home and need that school more than it seems. These diverse environments may mean so much more to these kids and provide a safe space in their school. In conclusion, these are my insights as a student and a person in the district on this matter. So that was from, again, Lucy, a 6th grader at Roseway Heights Middle School. So that was just some questions they had on the right sizing process, and I want to take this time, especially since I didn't have anything else otherwise. But that concludes my student representative's report.
Sorry, I apologize. My computer was asking me who I am. All right, next up we have, before I go, thank you, Student Representative Tordo. Always appreciate you sharing your insights and sharing other student comments. Next we have general public comment. So before we begin, just want to review a few guidelines before we start. First off, thank you for taking time out of your day to provide us with your public comment, public input, especially from our students as well. Really helps inform our work and improves what we do. We look forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. So some reminders and guidelines. As board members, we're here to listen and not engage in conversation with those who are testifying, so we can focus on listening. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We also request that all complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. I will also remind PPS staff who are giving public comment that they may not provide testimony that could violate FERPA, protections under FERPA. So anything about students that could identify them, especially their school community, using their school community direct or indirect linkages, what school they are, grade, special education status, and other type identifiers. For materials that you like the board to receive, please bring them over to Ms. Powell over there on the side, and who will then pass it out to us. In order for the board and us to keep respectful with each other, like we ask that people not interrupt our speakers, and we also appreciate, again, everyone for helping to maintain a respectful environment. If you do have additional materials or items that you want to provide the board, or if the time cuts shorter than you want to finish, you are also allowed to, we welcome you to email the rest of your public comment to us. The email is publiccomment, all one word, @pps.net. When you begin your comments, please make sure that you clearly state your name, spell your last name. You have, today because we have a full, we have more people signed up than there were slots available. We will have 2 minutes for each speaker to speak. Again, like I said before, a little pro tip is if you start speaking before the green light goes on, you get a few extra seconds. You can just start right away when the next person is done. When that yellow light goes off, that means you have 30 seconds to finish your comment, and when the red light goes on, that means please finish up, and we'll have the next person go. Thank you. So we'll start with our student comments first. Ms. Powell, do we have any students today sign up to speak?
We do not.
All right, great. Okay, then we'll move to our general public comment. Can you call the first 3 people?
Yes, we have Talia Delgado, Kara Bradshaw, and Elizabeth Yerzabek.
Whenever you're ready, you may begin. In the order you're called.
I'll go ahead. I don't know which order we were called in. I'll just go.
Just go, yeah.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Kara Bradshaw, Bradshaw. It is very weird to be on this side of the table. But I wanted just to come tonight and thank you for your time and dedication. I know that being a board member is hard work, even in the best of years, and this is a hard one. So thank you for being here and putting in the time. And even though I'm not working at PPS anymore because of budget cuts, I wanted to come and talk about a few things that I think are really important. I wanted to start by urging you to consider the amount of things that you ask of staff. And I'm not saying to not require accountability, because I know that that is super important, but just be strategic about the things you're asking and how much time it takes, and wonder when you're asking those questions whether they're aligned with the student, with your board goals. And I'd really like to encourage you to not be performative about the school closures and consolidations. We have a lot less students, and if you're going to ask staff to do it, you should do it and make the hard choices, and it's really hard. And then the rest of this is actually for the community along those same lines. Change is okay. It's hard, and we should teach our students that we can do it. Please lean into the opportunity to make more robust programming in schools. The things that you love about your schools now are things that you can love about your new school when they consolidate. Take time to make friends and build community. Let's role model what change looks like, because change happens in life no matter what. Here I am showing you that that's the case. And then also, please just, my note says, for the love of puppies, please stop insisting that all the cuts come from central office. I know that we love our teachers, and teachers are absolutely essential, but also the things that people do at the district office also make it so that teachers can do their work. Who pays the light bills, coordinates services to broilers, plans transportation, investigates complaints, makes sure teachers get paid, plans community engagement events, signs you up for public comment, applies for manages grants, which bring us money. All those things happen centrally, and so we can't cut all those positions. It's going to have to be spread out. Yeah, that's it. I was trying to go fast. Again, thank you so much. I appreciate you all, and I'll send a little note. Thank you.
Thanks, Kara.
Thanks, Kara. I know this is breaking protocol a little bit, but I really miss having you here. It's
Maybe
good to
it's
see you again.
worth telling the crowd that Kara was one of our support staff, so that's why she's getting a little of a special attention, because we love and miss her.
Thank you. You may go when you're.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay, my name is Talia Delgado, and I am a parent of a kindergartner at Lett Elementary. And tonight I'm coming to you guys as a parent, but also as somebody who grew up in Portland in the public school system, as a native Spanish speaker, as an immigrant, long before Spanish immersion programs existed, right? It's like a little bit of what you shared. I resonate a lot with your experience, Eddie. And growing up, I wish that there had been schools that had the heart, fortitude, and had been equipped with the right skills to see Latino students thrive, as I've seen at my son's school. I also want to reiterate that DLI programs are essential for students to achieve long-term fluency, as well as to level the learning playing field for a lot of our students who enter the education system already at a disadvantage. And I want to make sure that those programs are protected as such critical programs. Specifically, our school, Lent Elementary, has already experienced significant changes as a result of previous right-sizing through the SEGC process. Those changes caused a lot of disruption, and we lost students. This year, specifically, our community has been affected by a lot of the ICE activity, and despite those challenges, our school has quickly bonded and is thriving. We've had a rebuild out of the ashes of COVID and out of the many mergers. As you said, change is hard, but I think we're an example of somebody who has really come together as a community, and we really just don't want that to be disrupted, and want you guys to consider schools who have already had to rebuild very, very recently, and make sure that you guys take that into consideration as your guiding principles. I'm also here as a part of a coalition of Title I schools, and that's something that's really important for us to be prioritized as well. A lot of these Title I schools are located on the east side, where gentrification has pushed a lot of our families of color and immigrants, and it's really important that we see those as really significant as supportive hubs that provide critical services like childcare, access to food, as well as supporting our families facing houselessness. And when you destabilize those essential networks for students, entire neighborhoods that they rely on, it's a big impact. And so we just ask you guys a couple of things: to be really transparent about how decisions are made. Please be fair and don't allow schools that are better resourced to opt out of changes, as we saw in the past right-sizing process. And we just want to be, thank you. We just want to be accountable for historical trends when right-sizing, and evenly distribute that burden across the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Jarabek. Last name is spelled Jerabek. I'm here to advocate for Access Academy. Access is repeatedly being described as a focus option program, but that is simply not accurate. I ask the board to recognize that Access is not a preference-based school choice. It is a necessary alternative education program for students whose educational needs are not being met in traditional school settings. Families are not choosing Access because it is convenient. They are choosing it because their children need a fundamentally different rate and level of instruction. My daughter, Ursula, is a 4th grade student at Access, and she rides the bus to school every single day. This year at Access, she completed 4th grade math by January and 5th grade math in April with the support of her teachers, and her teachers have confirmed that she's ready for 6th grade math next year. This level of instruction simply was not available at our previous school, and our experience is not unique. Many Access students have already exhausted the highest level of coursework available in their local schools before they reach middle or high school. But Access has not only supported my daughter academically, it has transformed her socially and emotionally. She has made more friends and built stronger peer relationships. The bus ride itself is a source of belonging and connection. My husband and I both work full-time, and we are a one-car family living in Northeast Portland. During the first week of school at Access, I drove Ursula back and forth myself. For Access families like us in Northeast Portland, the loss of bus transportation will require us to spend 2 hours per day driving back and forth for the school commute, with a significant increase in money spent on gas that we cannot afford. I understand that PPS is facing difficult budget decisions, but if the district removes transportation to Access without providing another viable solution, then access will become increasingly inaccessible to students from single-parent households, low-income families, families with one car or unreliable transportation, families who don't have flexible work schedules, families with disabilities and health issues, and families like mine in North, Northeast, and deep Southeast Portland who already traveled the farthest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, can you call the next three?
Yes, we have Stephen Bush, Amelia Weber, and Byung Yu.
Yeah, you may.
All right.
But you can start now.
All right. You want to go ahead?
You
All right, I'll go ahead. Good evening. My name is Steve Bush, BUSH. Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm the parent of an Access Academy graduate and a current sixth grader, and I urge PPS to maintain bus transportation to Access for the 2026-27 school year. For many families, transportation is not a convenience. It is what makes Access possible. Students come from every part of Portland to Access because many neighborhood schools cannot fully meet their academic needs. Our sixth grade daughter had already outpaced the available math curriculum at her prior school and struggled socially because she was constantly singled out for being different. Access became a lifeline. Today, she is thriving academically and socially. She has found close friends, confidence, and a true sense of belonging. The bus is part of that community. For many students, especially those who struggled socially during COVID or never found peers at their neighborhood school, the ride to and from school is itself an important source of that connection. Families are already trying to figure out how they would cope without the buses. Some would lose work hours and income to drive their children. Others simply could not make it work at all. Single parents, lower income families, and families with disabilities would be disproportionately affected. I've talked to some of them and collected their stories. This is also an equity issue. Access is now located farther from many families than when it was on the east side. Eliminating transportation will reduce access for lower income families and make the program less diverse over time. We understand the district faces difficult decisions, and eliminating transportation to Access is not a neutral cost-saving measure. It changes who can realistically attend the school and risks pushing out students whose needs cannot be met elsewhere. Access is not a luxury for these students. It is where they are challenged, supported, and able to thrive. I urge the board to preserve transportation for Access Academy and protect equitable access for all students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Amelia Weber, Wieber. I am the mother of an Access fifth grader. I am also the product of Portland Public Schools myself. My son has been an Access student since the first grade. After a year of kindergarten at our neighborhood school left us scrambling with another option for him. I was able to witness firsthand, since my son was attending virtually due to COVID, that he was reading chapter books at a third and fourth grade level while his classmates were appropriately learning their letters and sounds. My son would tell me how much he hated school. He would act out and refuse to participate out of boredom. I knew, and his teacher agreed with me, that we would need to pursue an alternative option. Fast forward to 2026, my son is thriving at Access. We live in Northeast Portland, and he has always taken the bus to school both ways since Access has moved to Southwest Portland. He spends over an hour each way on the school bus and is very grateful to be able to do so. Access has been able to meet my son's learning needs while providing an accepting and supporting environment as a neurodivergent kiddo on a 504 plan who can struggle to focus in a classroom setting. Similar to many students at Access, I know my son's learning needs are unable to be met by his neighborhood school. Should we not have this program, myself and many Access families will certainly have to weigh the options, including seeking placement outside the district. What you all know is that Access is a program that works. It functions at capacity with a healthy wait list. In a district where there is so much that needs upgraded or changed, we have a well-utilized and attested to alternative education program in Access Academy. I ask you, why would you make a documented success in the district less accessible to the students who need it? Please help us advocate for funding transportation at Access so we can keep our kids at their school and in the district.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Powell, can you call the next three?
Yes, I'm going to pull up our virtual attendee.
Byung, did you hear your name get called? Oh, okay, you're fine. Okay, great.
Yes, I just saw the email, so sorry.
No, it's totally fine. I just saw him on the audience and got confused.
Next, we have Allison Wilkinson.
Good evening, thank you. My last name is spelled Wilkinson, and I'm the mom of 2 current and 1 past Access student. Eliminating transportation at Access would be a drastic departure from PPS's stated commitment to equity because it would fundamentally alter who can access the school. Our family doesn't know if we can get our son to Access next year, and we are not alone. We've heard already from a number of families who will be disproportionately impacted. It will not be the families with the means and ability to drive their children upwards of 90 minutes each way during business hours. Access is a needs-based program. A child's ability to go should not be dependent on privilege. While this budget decision is framed around transportation, it is more than that. For many, it functions as school closure, leaving students whose needs were not being met at their neighborhood school without good options. Access was the first place where our children's needs were fully met. Before Access, my daughter did math alone in the hallway. Now she's been able to learn in a classroom with her peers, ending this year with pre-calculus. My youngest has found friendships and stability at Access. If transportation is cut, so is that stability. He will either be forced to leave or he will return to a school that is gutted with an estimated half of his friends suddenly gone at a time when friendships are particularly important. For students like my son, being surrounded by others with similar cognitive profiles is not a luxury, it's protective. Chairman Wang mentioned feeling lonely and feeling like the only one, and the joy his child feels in acceptance. Many Access kids feel that too. Many Access kids are neurodivergent. In a recent survey of parents, numerous families described children who were bullied, isolated, dysregulated, chronically anxious, or refusing school before coming to Access. Their children experienced drastic improvements in mental health once they arrived and finally found peers who understood and recognized them. This is not hypothetical harm. Removing current Access students from their school will have real mental health consequences, and I think you've heard that emotion coming through in the testimony today. Please consider who will still be able to access Access if transportation is taken away, who will be left behind, and what this upheaval will mean for kids who are finally thriving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, next three.
Next, we have Amy Kyler Yano, Kirsten Oliver, and Amaru Moon.
My name is Amy Kyler Yano, spelled Kyler-Yano. I'm a PPS alumnus, a parent of 2 students who attend Richmond Elementary School, and a Queer Student Association parent leader. I came tonight to talk about our school's principal and how she was removed from her duties on May 4th. She has resumed her duties as principal as of yesterday. A lot of our community felt upset and scared with this sudden change without explanation. The communication around this sudden leave was minimal, vague, and felt very disconcerting to the community. Prospective families are currently deciding on lottery schools to choose from, including Richmond. Having our leadership taken away, the event published in the media, and still no adequate news to the broader community will impact whether families feel safe sending their kids to our school. I would also like to share my feelings about Britt Briberich being laid off. They were a huge support and advocate for affinity groups, and more specifically, the LGBTQIA plus students. When we talk about feeling like we have representation, they were our representation. I saw tonight, even in the awards, which were beautiful, there wasn't a representation for the queer community. With new laws and executive orders impacting queer students daily, it is imperative to reinstate Britt to ensure that PPS policies that they wrote that protect queer students are actually implemented. Britt provided integral supports to the district's queer and trans students. In looking at right sizing, I want to share that I hope that the district will ensure that Title I schools are not closed. Please consider population growth and look at where density and affordable housing for working families exists. Although Richmond is a lottery program and it pulls students from their neighborhood school, it is important to look at the impact of each lottery school and not lump them together. 52% of the 513 students at Richmond identify as AAPI, and seeing themselves reflected in the school, in staffing, and leadership provides positive racial representation. They see themselves reflected in the curriculum and in the literature. In the socio-political climate of today, we need DLI programs like Richmond, Lent, Rose City Park, and Harrison Park. They provide an additional layer of racial healing and safety for communities of color that other neighborhoods programs may not be able to provide. In 2025, we had 160 applicants. Currently, we have 166. We fill 4 kindergarten classrooms every year. Part of the reason why my husband and I chose to attend Richmond and transfer from David Douglas School District was both for the language access to my husband's heritage language and because we wanted to be a part of PPS's inclusive policies and supports of trans and non-binary students like our own child. Please consider this as you are right-sizing and when considering lottery programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amaru Moon, M-O-O-N, and I'd like to yield my time to my friend Paul Hogland.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Hoagland, H-A-U-G-L-A-N-D. Hi, my name is Paul Hoagland, and I was one of 3 staff that were laid off on April 17, 2026, under the guise of reduction in force. In reality, we were fired for reporting harassment, a hostile and toxic work environment, retaliation, and we're in the process of joining PFSP and drafting a grievance that indicates clear violations of the PPS Employee Handbook and PFSP agreement. The district side of the PFSP bargaining team canceled a bargaining session to conduct these same-day layoffs. I was a primary union organizer and the most vocal about reporting workplace issues. It's my belief that all 3 staff were terminated to make it appear that the 2 staff that reported workplace issues and submitted card checks to the PFSP were not being singled out. I'm curious if we would still be employed had all 3 staff submitted card checks. This all started from reporting supervisor misconduct, including racist jokes, harassing, and excluding staff that have reported workplace issues, particularly targeting women and people of color. Supervisors have slowly stripped duties and responsibilities from subordinates, phasing out our jobs while supervisors have too much work and are unable to effectively perform their jobs and lead their teams. I shared a spreadsheet with HR noting issues and incidents with supporting documentation from myself and others dating back to 2021, but HR claims that the supervisor misconduct is all performance related and only substantiated one of my complaints, but did not deny the rest. I talked to my coworkers directly. I believe my coworkers. I was told by HR that you can't just expect supervisors to know how to manage and that the district would be releasing a new management training soon. How have supervisors not learned how to manage their direct reports in the 5+ years of being supervisors? How were they promoted with their positions not being posted, giving potentially more qualified candidates, people with protected statuses, or veterans a chance to apply? If the district is trying to save money, why did they fire staff that provide schools genuine support when leadership is using AI to do their own jobs? If our jobs were not necessary, why is the district now contracting out our work and potentially hiring one of us through a temp agency to perform this work at a lower rate? Clearly, I pushed too hard and I was too much of a liability for the district. In a previous position at PPS, I discovered and reported an employee that was stealing money via payroll for years, and I was reprimanded for reporting a male custodian that was making sexual comments around female coworkers. As mentioned in my previous board meeting public comment, these are systemic issues. Is it fair to ask staff to show up with such issues and when the district treats its employees this way? This was clear retaliation, union busting, and a wrongful termination. I'm calling for the district to reinstate the 3 IT technical support rep 3s and to hold staff accountable, which made the decision to fire us. I stand before you a second time.
Can you finish
Please
up, please?
make this right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you call the next 3? Shh. Thank you. Can we, the next, I think there may not be 3 remaining.
Kirsten Oliver, I think I already mentioned that one. John Sitlaki.
Oh boy.
Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
All right. Let's see. I go to bed at 9 p. Oh, sorry. My name is John Satlocky, Szatlocky. Yeah. I go to bed at 9 p.m. and get up at 4 a.m. for my job at the trades. My boys get themselves to school on their own. I recently moved to a new apartment, making sure I was within safe walking distance to an access bus stop. I'm a single working parent who relies on the buses in order for my son to participate in the program. The busing ensures that children from all economic backgrounds are able to get the education in line with their specific learning needs. This change unfairly affects children from single parents, working, or lower class households. Both my kids moved from a neighborhood school where their academic needs were not being met. They were both in tag, and the schools were unable to provide education they required, and they were floundering. Returning to a neighborhood school doesn't feel like an option for my son. This is one that he has never been to, and he wouldn't know anyway. What's worse, though, is that the neighborhood school isn't able to accommodate him for his next year because of his multiple accelerated classes he's already taken. I've contacted the school, and they have no idea how they would deal with this situation. Being forced to leave the school would incredibly harm him, both socially and academically. This change has not been thought out by the district, and the repercussions for students would be detrimental. Ending busing eliminates equal access to a program our kids are already in, unfairly uprooting children of families who can't afford their own transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. You good? Okay. And the people who have been called that didn't show up?
Do you want me to call them again?
Okay. I think Ellie Buckner.
Allie Buckner, she signed up to
there.
speak virtually.
Oh, no,
but
she's
I
right
don't
behind
see
you.
her.
Is that, are you Ellie Buckner? Yes. All right, you may go ahead. And was there anyone else?
Thank you for your time. My name is Allie Buckner, Buckner. I am here from Buckman Elementary, which is the only Title I focus school in Portland. We are facing significant budget cuts, including 3 full-time teachers, 1 being a special education teacher, assistant principal, and then the actual focus of our school, the funding for the art teachers, is being cut in half. We are only facing this situation because our low enrollment, which has caused low utilization, which is caused by a limit on our lottery that is relatively arbitrary. It is a 50-50 neighborhood and lottery school, but our Title I neighborhood has limitations, and so that keeps going down, and it has not been accommodated in any way. And I wanted to say, I just found out we are probably going to lose our art teacher of 9 years because she has gotten a job offer that she's going to have to decide on this week. And I understand completely if she makes the decision to leave. But it's heartbreaking to see that the difference between her being able to stay and leave is 0.5 FTE. That's it. That is the difference between our school kind of having arts or not. And I wanted to say also that our school has really served SES students disproportionately. We have 2 full SES classrooms, and all of those students participate in all of the arts at Buckman and are engaged and helped through the arts. And it, I think, is also an illustration of how effective and engaging it is that those classes have been there for over 5 years when they often are supposed to rotate out, I think, more frequently than that. So I wanted to say that being the only Title I focus elementary school, attending the engagement sessions where I was able to communicate with you has really brought to my attention how there is an opportunity in moving the lottery schools that are 100% lottery into neighborhood schools that are at risk of being closed, and trying to think of innovative ways to bring the good in these schools that parents are already driving across town for to these areas that really could be uplifted by those kind of creative solutions.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Wong, I've been asked to call off the wait list for.
How many slots do we have left?
You have 2 slots.
2 slots.
That were unfilled. Or that we'd have
Yes,
people.
we can go ahead and call off the wait list.
Okay, I'm just going in the order they came in. Suzanne Mullen. Okay, I'll keep calling. Charlotte Fisher. Kyla Tanaka.
All right, those are our 2. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Mullen. Last name is Mullen. My heart's racing because I wasn't prepared for this. I am a parent at Lent Elementary. I think one of the things I want to share is my family was part of SEGC, so I know that change is hard. We've had to change communities. And I will kind of echo, I think, what Carrie Bradshaw had mentioned earlier. Change is hard, but there's amazing communities waiting on the other side. And so if you need to, embrace it, because the community that we found at Lent has been one that has been a beautiful community, like was mentioned earlier. Just like a lot of the Title I schools, our school is a place, a hub, where our families come to for all their needs. We're a place of mutual aid, of food support, of feeling secure, of forming networks of how to get to and from school safely when you feel vulnerable. So I would just, I think, echo some of the things that have been said earlier. Please be transparent. Please center Title I schools, because what we saw with SEGC was the 2 schools most profoundly impacted, Marysville and Lent, were 2 Title I schools at the furthest reaches of the district, because other schools were able to advocate and opt out. And so I just want to say, yeah, that's it. I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
I'm also a parent at Lent Elementary, and I wanted to echo something that Amy had said about how destabilizing it is to lose your principal mid-year. And last year, in the middle of the year, we lost our principal and our vice principal in the same week, unrelated, it turned out. But we have only recently, last year, gotten Cynthia Kiefer as our principal, and we would love to keep building with her our school community. And it's just been one more thing along with the SEGC and ICE, and that has made it hard for us to get our numbers up. And so we were concerned when we saw utilization map that Lucy, the student, had mentioned. And we had some of the same concerns about how was that generated, because it did not seem to reflect our experience of the school. I believe we're the lowest utilized, according to that map, at 32% among elementary schools. And it didn't ring true because we don't have classes of 10 children. We have classes of, mid to upper 20s. And so we just were like, okay, this just feels like one of those exhibits that's out there that could damn us, and we didn't feel like it was fair. And even though it's just the beginning of the process, and more information will come, it still felt like it might haunt us and chase us, and that that number, that data point, would in the end be used as a tool to say, look, your school is the least utilized of the schools. Something had to change. We got a budget crisis, and we understand the crisis is real, and we just feel like we've done our time with moving, and that we need a chance to build up our numbers, and that we have every reason to think that we can build up our numbers. It turned out our previous principal was not accepting new students. She was just kind of at the end of her ability to run the program. And so now that that error has been recognized, we feel like it's all well within reach for us to build our numbers.
Can I say one more thing?
Just really quick, one sentence.
I guess I just want to say to the community and to you all, not every family can adapt to these changes the same. And that's one of the core reasons we want to make sure that Title I schools are centered in this. My family had the capability to adapt, and not every family has that privilege. So please make sure that this is a consideration and a focal point in your decisions.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I want to thank everyone who showed up today for public comment. Again, your input is valuable to us. If appropriate, if there's anything you want to follow up with the board or board office, please feel free to email. All right, next up we have comments from our union partners. I'd like to welcome Kelly Bond from the District Council of Unions, Chris Walters and Veronica Green from the Service Employees International Union, and Angela Bonilla from PAT.
Go ahead and start, because I'm going to be here a while.
Hi, sorry, I forgot my glasses, so you're all a little blurry. My name is Veronica Green. I'm a parent at PPS. What? No, sunglasses. Yeah. I'm a parent of 2 PPS students, and I'm the lunch lady at Bridger Creative Science, and I'm on our union's bargaining team and executive team. Tonight I'd like to bring to the board's attention an issue that has come up regarding the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. SEIU and PPS agreed upon and signed about furlough days. During talks with PPS about furlough days, Chris Walters, our NS Union co-chair, made it very clear that our members could not afford to lose any pay at all. However, we agreed to take 1 furlough day to help PPS out with their budget mess. During these meetings, Chris also repeatedly mentioned that nutrition services workers were scheduled to work through June 10th. June 10th is the day that our department has told us is our last day at work in our kitchens for the 2025-26 school year. We knew this and planned to work through June 10th, way back in August when school started. Chris also mentioned that our members couldn't afford to lose another day on the June paycheck. We then have found out now that PPS says our last day is the 9th. They also told us that we should have known this. Never once has anyone from PPS in any communication said that our work year would be shortened. In fact, according to our current contract, PPS has to discuss shortening the school year with our union before a decision is even made about it. We have 18 days, 17 days left. NS workers already get a short paycheck in June. One day is a very big deal. One day pay is a small grocery trip for my family. My kids will be on summer break and home, and they eat a lot, and every single penny counts. I do wonder, does upper management ever worry about how they're going to feed their kids or pay their rent or keep the lights on for the family? These are real fears. It's a scary feeling. Maybe they should take another day off, because I'm sure if they lost one day of pay, it would not potentially be financially devastating like it is going to be for many of my members, including myself. We feel that PPS made this deal in bad faith. Please tell administration not to hurt the lowest paid workers in the district again. This is not our mess to fix. Another day off for a few people in the 6 layers between us and management sounds like a better plan. We literally feed all of our children. The least PPS can do is keep their word. Please.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Walters. I am the Nutrition Services co-chair. And yeah, so the district came to us in March with the budget crisis, and we were given the option of furloughs or layoffs, and we went to our members, and our members preferred furloughs over layoffs. And so we went through the whole process, and we are eternally grateful to PAT for their sacrifice, because they took the huge hit, and that allowed smaller unions like ours to take a smaller hit. Many of our members are living on the margins. I mean, we won some significant increases in pay in the last couple bargaining sessions, but our members are still some of the lower paid members in the district. Many of our members have second jobs. Our starting wages are among the lowest in the district still. This is something that we communicated as part of this process as we were going through the furlough process. And I feel that we made it very clear throughout this negotiation that we could not afford more than one day for our members. That this was something that was a hardship. And so we also made it clear that taking a hit in the final June paycheck was something that we could not do with our members. So the May 1st furlough date was what we agreed to. And so we looked at those last days in June, and we were assured that accommodations would be made for however this would work out for these days. Once the end of the school year, the changes were made. Whatever would happen on the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, they would figure out what would be done with nutrition services, because once the schools are closed, we would obviously have to do something. Obviously, we wouldn't be feeding children, but cleaner kitchens, training, what have you. In the process of the negotiations, we were told the important part was we take the furlough day, we sign the memorandum of understanding, and then we would figure out what would happen on those days after everything was signed. So once the ink was dry, apparently what would happen is we would lose an extra day of pay that we could not afford. So as far as I'm concerned, our trust was broken.
we were told we would take 1 day of lost pay. Now we're taking 2. That's not right. So as Veronica said, that's a grocery trip. That's a full gas tank. Our members can't afford that, especially going into the summer. So yeah, I can't tell you exactly how I feel about this, not in a public setting, but I'm not happy about it. So yeah, we're exploring our options, but I would really like it if you all, as the board, talk to the district and administration and maybe nudge them a bit to go back and keep their word on this, because they made a deal, and we would like them to keep their word. Thank you. And
go ahead.
While I'm going, I had a conversation with a DCU electrician, and I was informed that our electricians can no longer work on nutrition services, coolers, and refrigerators, that this is now going to outside contractors. Now, when one of our fridges goes down, it's usually an electrical issue, something wrong with a coil, fuse blown, something like that. Having a DCU electrician come in and fix it is a relatively inexpensive thing to do. Having an outside contractor come in takes longer, costs more. Now, I'm just a working stiff with a bachelor's degree in European history, which clearly I'm not using very well. I'm not sitting at a desk making $150,000, $200,000, so maybe I'm missing a bigger picture here. But it seems to me that when we're getting reimbursed for the school meals that we serve, every dollar that comes in gets split between food costs, equipment costs, and labor costs. And the economist will tell you food costs are inelastic. There's not much we can do about that. Equipment costs, if the cost of repairing equipment, when that goes down, doubles or triples because we're paying outside contractors to do the work that we could do in-house cheaper with DCU labor, guess what gets squeezed? Labor costs. Mm-hmm. And that pisses me off. Because if we're coming around whenever the next contract cycle is for bargaining, and suddenly there's not enough money for our unit for wage increases because we're paying 3 times as much to repair our fridges because this district keeps going with its addiction to privatization and contractors, I'm going to be super upset. So maybe that's also something y'all can do. Kick the habit of privatization and contractors. Thank you.
All you, Kelly.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. Hello, board. My name is Kelly Bond. I am a Local 48 business representative and the District Council of Unions president. It's going to be a bit, so I hope you have patience with me. I've spoken here on several occasions over the past 4 years. This is likely the last time I shall speak to this board. I want to share several things with you tonight. The first is to emphasize something stated by this district. Core values are an organization's enduring beliefs that remain constant over time. By making these values explicit through value statements and tethering them to a vision, an organization can articulate the ethical principles that guide action towards its vision. Students at the center, racial equity and social justice, honest and integrity, excellence, respect, relationships, creativity and innovation, partnerships and collaboration, grounded in the spirit of Portland, joyful learning and leadership. As defined by the United Nations of Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, some of you may know that acronym, ethical principles are fundamental guidelines that govern behavior and decision-making, particularly in fields such as the ethics of science and technology and the social and human sciences. These principles promote values like honesty, integrity, fairness, and respect for individuals, ensuring that actions align with moral standards and social expectations. They serve as a framework for evaluating ethical dilemmas. What are ethical dilemmas? Principles? That is that definition. I'm going to place students at the center and racial equity and social justice as a specific focus to the side, although it will permeate throughout what I'm going to share with you this evening. Why, you may ask? These principles should always be the lenses we try to see through when working with our youth. Most of the principles the district lists overlap significantly. Let's start with honesty and integrity. Honesty, adherence to the facts, fairness and straightforwardness of conduct. Integrity, firm adherence to a code of especially moral or artistic values, incorruptibility, and unimpaired condition. The equity or state of being complete or undivided. It seems this district would have us believe a large part of the fiscal damage is due to recently declining student enrollment. The district has been in student decline since, seriously, 1998. When the number of students was 55,831. A closer look at this information demonstrates from 2019 to 2024, the number of students has decreased by 5,392 as reported by the district. From 2019 to 2024, the number of employees in the district has increased by 3,374 personnel as reported in a link. The district has had the steady decline in students, but a drastic increase in staff since 2020. I'm going to kind of skip through a couple of them because there's a few that are listed here. In 2019, there were 49,478 students. Staff, 5,952. That's an 8.31 student ratio to one staff member. In 2022, students 45,456, staff 9,521. That is 4.77 students per one staff member. In 2024, students 44,086, staff 9,326. To be fair, this reports all employees in that year, not just full-time employees. To see what the district reports as FTEs, one may look at the district Schedule 15. As of 2013, the district itself reported 4,830.6 employees and 48,098 students for a ratio of 9.96 students per staff. The district reported 5,942.8 employees and 45,456 students for a ratio of 7.65 students per staff. These numbers do not take into consideration the part-time employees working within the district, which is significant when compared to other staff members listed above. You may ask why this is important. The district's own documentation has demonstrated a decline in student enrollment for many years, which the district has stated is a direct tie to the dollars they receive, and it is. The district should have been right-sizing all along and demonstrated fiscal responsibility. The district's numbers of high and middle level administration, as well as their significant raises, eat away at these dollars. For example, senior administrative chiefs received a considerable lift last year. I can tell you the DCU received a 4% lift last year, going into this fiscal year. Admin received over 11%. This certainly undermines the honesty and integrity principles of fairness and moral value. Within nutrition services, the district is not demonstrating either of these principles. The district's own paperwork documents district DCU employees as full-time 260-day employees. The district then direct bargains, which is a violation called an unfair labor practice, with the employee saying they are 190 employees. Then HR Labor Relations says these district employees are actually only guaranteed 170 days. These employees get no vacation, fewer holidays, and are some of the lowest paid employees and are seemingly at the whim of the district. This definitely does not demonstrate honesty and integrity. These positions are funded strongly by federal grant dollars, which raise the question of how the documentation is taking place. Is the federal government being charged at the 260 rate and the employees only receiving the 170 rate? These are going to be strong words. Could this be fraud or wage theft? Why is there so much conflicting information? Additionally, there is time and effort notification informational email that was sent by the Grant Accounting Department on November 10th, 2025 at 5:16 p.m. The notice in part stated, upon review of the guidance and in preparing the distribution of this communication, it was determined that due to the minimal number of employees whose positions are not funded in the entirety by federal funds, employees will instead self-certify their T&E rather than the supervisor certification. The district also sent this notification with the same timestamp. This week, the district will begin distributing time and effort notifications to employees whose positions are funded in whole or in part by federal grants. This communication fulfills a federal monitoring requirement identified by the Oregon Department of Education to ensure that employees are directly informed of their federal funding source. In prior years, employees signed their own certifications. But when the district transitioned to supervisor certification, that direct notification step was removed. We are required to restore this practice. To date, employees have not received nor self-certified the T&E notification as this email stated is required. Who is doing it then? If not the employee, then is the district being fraudulent based on the requirements this email sent by this district? I now want to take you on another journey. Not nearly as lighthearted as Chris, am I? That encompasses nearly every ethical principle this district says is part of its core values. Circles back to a number of employees in the district, budget, history, and some stark realities. Most of you have received a couple of reports that I provided to many of you when you first came on board. One was the internal report from the school district, dated back in 2008, PPS Internal Maintenance Report. The second one is called the Saison Facilities Maintenance Report. It came out in October of 2022, shortly after I came to be a business rep. So here's the history. In 1987, 1988, the district had 181 funded FTE maintenance positions to maintain 103 buildings, 9.4 million square feet of space, and 716 acres of property, and you had 51,880 students. By 2007, 2008, the district had reduced the funded FTE maintenance positions down to 74, but did not have 74 employees to maintain the exact same number of buildings, square footage, acreage, and the 46,088 students as was reported in the 2008 PPS Internal Maintenance Report. The district cut the number of maintenance employees more than 50% and reduce the maintenance budget as much. This pushed the district into a situation where preventative maintenance was nearly non-existent, deferred maintenance escalated, and instead of being proactive to preventive issues, everything became reactive, responding to situations that became critical mass and more expensive to repair. A prime example of this was something that happened at Marysville Elementary in 2009. You don't have to take my word for it. You can still find the reports about the fire where students and teachers had to leave a burning building. A parent's nightmare. I say this as someone who has a cousin that was burned over 85% of their 5-year-old young body. I say this as an aunt who had a young nephew who was severely burned at a very young age as well. So I understand the terror that goes with that. I am so grateful that those students and those teachers did not have to experience that physical trauma. There are federal and state maintenance codes requiring preventative maintenance, and yet the district wasn't following them because of a shortfall. Deferred maintenance or no maintenance was acceptable to the district to save dollars. Once again, it's fortunate that everyone made it out of Marysville Elementary. In 2022, the district had 74 maintenance allocated FTEs, but only 56 actual employees to maintain buildings and 9 employees to maintain the landscaping for the increased number of buildings and structures. It went from 103 to 177, and the same acreage with 45,456 students. The district must have realized there was an issue. After all, there was an internal audit report in 2008. It pointed out the lack of personnel to care for the district's physical assets. This district commissioned Saison for an external report 14 years later. It covered building maintenance, groundskeeping, and custodial work. It clearly demonstrated this district doesn't meet industry standards. It isn't because employees are lackadaisical. The Saison report reiterated the district should have 113 maintenance FTEs and 39 landscape FTEs, excluding 4 persons and assistant 4 persons. There are 16 district DCU 4 persons and assistant 4 persons. While the custodians are separate from the DCU, I feel it is important to lift up SEIU team as well and remind this board the district had illegally laid off approximately 600 custodians at one point. It took a few years, lawsuits, rehires, and a great deal of money to correct the district's actions. Once again, you don't have to take my word for it. There's plenty of articles out there to follow. This district's actions did not demonstrate collaboration, partnership, positive relationships, integrity, nor respect for employees at the time. This district created mistrust, frustration, and anger. These same feelings are resonating with the district currently. December 2025, DCU had a total of 95 district employees. As of today, literally as of today, the DCU has had 5 of those 95 positions vacated and no replacements, putting the DCU at 90. What is the importance of this, you ask? The district is looking to cut positions to save dollars due to the lack of right-sizing the district as they go. What is the impact of the current superintendent's proposed budget? The budget proposed stated the DCU was to go from 83 DCU FTE employees down to 75. The second largest percentage cut in the smallest represented unit in the district. Someone's numbers don't add up. This is how the district's DCU employees are broke down. 18 employees are warehouse nutrition services personnel who are generally only employed when the school is in session. These are the personnel who work in the warehouse and nutrition services, making certain Curriculum materials and the students use for their learning are on site, or the hot and cold foods delivered every day so students can feed their bodies and their minds. Mind you, the district either doesn't know how many days these employees work or they aren't being forthright. This brings the DCU down to 72 FTEs. Already the district's below the 74 allotted maintenance positions established back in 2007, 2008.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask how much.
I got a bit.
Okay, but we have a full agenda, and you're always I just want to remind you, you're welcome at every meeting. We have time for our union partners that come at every meeting, so don't feel constrained that you have to have it all today.
I do feel constrained to have this all today. And
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Already the district's below allotted 74 FTE maintenance positions established back in 2007, 2008, and below the numbers the district says it's targeting to reduce the DCU FTEs of 75. Of these 72, 8 are landscapers maintaining 700 plus acres, bringing the maintenance crew down to 64. How long does it take you to manage an average 5,300 square foot yard? Each landscape employee manages over 89 acres. An acre is equivalent to just over 8 average-sized Portland yards. To put it another way, it's over 730 Portland metro area yards per groundscaping person. That doesn't even consider the additional items like doing arborist work or trying to control invasive plants. The landscaping personnel, who should be 39 strong but are only 8, are trying to ensure the students have a safe place outside the school buildings to take a break from classroom stressors, have fields to play sports on, and help make certain the air our young people breathe is clean and keeping the environment a bit cooler. In the Saison report, landscaping again was in a totally different area of the report, not in the maintenance FTE count. 2 of our personnel are instrument repair technicians who manage, inventory, maintain, and repair over 9,000 district instruments. They are a direct line to ensuring the students who can't afford instruments are able to participate fully in music courses. The district speaks of being student-centered, creative, and in joyful learning. Without them, instruments would be unavailable due to the sheer volume of what is required for maintenance and repair, which cannot be handled by local vendors without significant wait time. Did you know it would take an additional 5 instrument shops in the Portland area to try and keep up with what these 2 instrument repair technicians do? Instruments can cost as little as $25 for minimal maintenance to well over $6,000 per instrument for maintenance and repairs at market cost. Let's take an average of market cost for the instruments based on these 2 numbers. If half the instruments for the music curriculum only were required at a minimal maintenance, that's 4,500 learning implements, it would amount to $112,500 per year. The other half, at $6,000 cost, would come up to $27 million per year. 2 instrument repair technicians on the front line helping teachers and students with their instruments, maintaining and repairing music implements needed for curriculum that aid in student attendance, math, and reading costs the district in the neighborhood of approximately $300,000 a year versus that $27 million that it could cost the district. Is the district going to mortgage the students by paying more money attempting to contract out instrument repairs and the inability to maintain curriculum needed materials while failing the students it purports to protect, denying them an excellent, well-rounded education and experience? Those 2 people were not included in the maintenance FTE report. We're now at 62 people. DCU has 1 district employee who works approximately 50 hours a month. That's approximately 12 hours a week in the communications department to live stream, broadcast Communications, these meetings. I'm sure the district is fully aware that there are federal and state legal frameworks that require you to have the Open Meetings Act, to meet the Open Meetings Act. I'll skip a few of those. That brings you down to 61 employees. Another single district employee, one in the DCU, manages the security door access controls in every building. Not 2 or 3 employees, one. They are making certain door badging systems work so people who shouldn't gain access to the buildings don't. That staff and students aren't trapped inside, making sure that they operate. One lone employee. We're now down to 60 employees. It gets a little shorter. The employees who work diligently every day to ensure the fire alarm systems in the school meets codes and state requirements to make certain as possible another fire doesn't happen like occurred at Marysville Elementary and has more tragic results. The employees handling waste sewage lines so it isn't backing up in the schools where our young people are creating and exposed to a health hazard and possibly shutting the school down. For example, the 4,000 gallons of sewage flood that happened at one of the Portland schools. The employees who maintain, repair the clean water pipes to bring water in for the children to drink, wash their hands, and flush the toilets. The employees that keep student food safe in the kitchen when a refrigerator isn't maintaining proper temperature, the ovens up to temperature so students aren't at risk for food poisoning. The employees that are expertly skilled at making parts for building equipment that can no longer be bought at the local hardware or repair shops because they no longer exist for 50 to 100-year-old buildings and equipment. The employees who paint and deal with lead abatement to keep our students safe and that the community provided bond money for. Then there are the employees who repair doors, furniture, bleachers, and walls, windows, etc., so students aren't injured by equipment falling on them. The maintenance employees going to newly renovated or newly built buildings and schools that have equipment failures before or shortly after students are welcomed back into them. This is going to be rather pointed. On February 9th, I specifically asked Dr. Armstrong a question regarding the contracting out outsourcing of district work. I asked Dr. Armstrong to respond in writing, which she obliged. This is what was stated. I wanted to follow up and clarify that I have not directed or asked any of my executive leaders to explore outsourcing custodial, maintenance, or nutrition services. I have not been presented with nor asked to consider any information related to outsourcing in these areas. I do expect the team to routinely examine cost-benefit considerations to ensure responsible stewardship of resources. We're going to fast forward. Chris might have taken a little of my thunder away, but that's okay. I asked this person to provide me with some documentation. May 4th, they received a phone call from an employee asking for help on how to assess a freezer that had gone down the Friday before that the contractors had not responded to yet. So that was over the weekend. The food had already gone bad, and the employee was trying to help the custodian by calling the supervisor and then calling this particular person to get help. The employee was told by the custodian that nobody had arrived yet, and he was concerned that nobody may be coming. With nobody coming, we were concerned with the recent layoff of the contractors by 7 people. If who does refrigeration may be overloaded and may not be coming for a while. In this employee's experience, it takes up to 5 days to get a contractor to look at a freezer that has already lost its food. This happened with a work order in fall of 2025. The person who was called told the employee that I've done many refrigerator freezers and milk coolers. I would love to help them. He told the employee that we commonly have problems with dirty coils not being cleaned regularly, although the flexible services HVAC and our contractors were supposed to be doing preventative maintenance The employee cleaned the cooling unit, and since it was dirty, and then took their lunch and came back later. The employee found that when he came back from lunch, that the freezer had not completely gone down to its desired temperature. This is where knowledge and skill set comes in. At that time, the employee that was called decided that the other person needed help, more help, and should be assigned to the work order he was on. The employee that was called the supervisor and asked if he could dispatch that person who was familiar with the work and assign them to the work order to help the other employee assess and possibly make the freezer work, since the employee was unsure about what they were doing. The supervisor called this person back to tell them they did not have permission to work on that refrigerator, and that we will no longer be doing refrigeration since the mechanical shop is paying contractors to do this work. I have more to share on that. I'm going to try and be brief about this. That's our work. That is the DCU's work. That is not contractors' work. That was electrical work to take care of business. Why are you ousting us out to contractors? They did, by the way, fix the unit. The employee just didn't know that there's an action that takes place where the refrigerator cools down and then warms back up and then settles back into its state. So I'll make that one shorter. Our DCU employees embrace honesty and integrity, excellence, respect, relationships, creativity and innovation, partnerships and collaboration, and grounded in the spirit of Portland, which you find all of the labor people here fall into: PAT, SEIU, ATU. I know I'm missing one. PFSP. Sorry, PFSP. You won't get that from the contractors who do not have an vested interest in the district with all its intricacies and look at the district as a cash cow. Contractors who are paid through a contract the district doesn't fund until a problem comes up and then scrambles to find the dollars to pay the bill. Using the contract as a form of HELOC. Contractors who've created problems in the district that our employees have had to go back and fix. I know you have this information. I've given it to you all before. Yet you approve contracts with no actual fiscal accounting, as pointed out in the April 28th meeting by Texas company Presidio, and I would say rather rudely to Director Lafort. And I feel bad for you. They should not have approached you and spoke to you in that fashion. A company, by the way, who was contracted to do an audit by the district, then interestingly received another contract just under the dollar amount, so it did not need to be reviewed by the board of directors. Then they are awarded a contract to manage the $1.8 billion bond. Shortly following after that, a department was let go. Let's look at the optics of Presidio also hiring the superintendent's daughter and 2 former school board directors. How does this not reek of inappropriateness or inappropriate conduct, or at least the optics of it? Then the district comes up short on monies and tells unions it's layoffs or furloughs. The district is riding on the backs of lower paid employees while upper admin staff got significant raises, even with a budget shortfall. This year, again, has the appearances of riding on the back of lower paid employees by stating they do not have money and cannot even afford to keep up with the inflationary rate. Are you, as the superintendent, going to give up your raise, your step increases, and cost of living adjustments, along with your upper paid level paid administrative staff to accommodate budget shortfalls? The offers that are being put at the table for DCU, I can tell you right now, are abysmal. Telling somebody 1% cost of living adjustment with a 3.3 inflation out there is pathetic at best. The DCU employees meet these ethical principles the district says it values. Students at the center, racial equity and social justice, honest and integrity, excellence, respect, relationships, creativity and innovation, partnerships and collaboration grounded in the spirit of Portland, and joyful learning and leadership. Are you as the district going to take that away by reducing an already skeletal crew? Are you going to contract out their work like has been demonstrated above? And the contractors will get to it when they get to it. What is a child's health and life worth? What is an education worth if the facilities or the grounds our students play on, learn on, and enjoy every day aren't safe for them to be in? Thank you.
May I make a really quick comment? Can I make a quick comment? That was a lot. I appreciate you being here, and I know I've met with you and really am concerned about what you say. I just think when you're calling people out by name, it's really disrespectful. And I'm wondering how we can both hear what you need to say and be respectful, which is something that, you know, we try to model with each other, and especially in front of our students. I just want to make that comment. I just found it really disrespectful to call people out by name.
I'm sorry that you find that disrespectful, but I will say this, having been in a strong leadership position, the buck stops with the person at the top. And I did not call out many people that I could have called out. I was
sure
trying to be
true.
respectful.
Hello. I'm going to take a deep breath and get ready. We're good to go? Okay. Hello, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Superintendent Dr. Armstrong, Student Rep Retorto, and esteemed board members. My name is Angela Bonilla. I am the current president of the Portland Association of Teachers. I'm here with Alicia Chavez, who is our incoming president and current vice president, as well as Byung Yu, who is one of our board members and ELD educator in PPS. I want to start with some kudos. So first, a kudos to Senior Director Baird and the head of Employee and Labor Relations, Kimberly Gibson, for their prompt response and support to staff, families, and students around the issues they've had with their administrator at a specific school from our last meeting. These families have advocated for 4 years, and they were often ignored. So their responsiveness really does mean a lot to that community. Also, kudos to Dr. Freeman, the Chief Human Resources Officer, for spearheading and implementing a system of accountability for our school leaders. Clarity is kindness, and knowing that there's a process when we have concerns and what to do so we can work to improve our school climate, that is huge. And knowing that our administrators will be held accountable through coaching and support has been really impactful for our staff. Today, I want to thank y'all for recognizing the importance of reducing costs by asking yourselves, do we really need 5 layers of management as we lose enrollment and reduce staff? I was glad to see the new org chart that seems to parse down more central office and non-student facing positions. However, in order to maintain transparency and accountability, we need to see the charts that include folks besides our licensed administrators, directors, chiefs, and the new role, I think, of executive directors. My members have shared instance after instance of administrators who have failed up into the central office, including including administrators who oversaw scandals like the Whitehurst investigations, as well as administrators that didn't call 911 or poison control after a student consumed a dangerous and illegal substance. Members want to know that we aren't just rearranging the chairs on the deck of the Titanic, but actually steering the ship in a different direction. We also want to point out a concern that was raised in the public meeting of the Community Budget Review Committee, whose report you will hear today. And full disclosure, I am a newly appointed this year member of the CBRC in a non-PAT capacity. The concern was around the budgeting of a 1% COLA for each of the units in bargaining with the district right now. No PPS union in recent history has ever accepted a 1% COLA during negotiations. So to budget only a 1% COLA makes me worry that the budget before you is unrealistic and will lead to adjustments this summer once the 5 unions settle their contracts. All unions are in bargaining right now, and ATU and DCU are currently in mediation, which is one step closer to a work stoppage or a strike. Whether intentional or not, and I want to believe it's not, it sets up a narrative that PPS may have to cut more staff or services because the unions bargained, and the district will have to have agreed to give them a COLA of over 1%. Especially after a year where we had to take 4 furlough days, an equivalent of a 2% cut in our salary. Please reconsider this allocation to better reflect the reality, so this doesn't become a political game later on in this year. Lastly, I want to speak to the need for a follow-up audit to review how our state funds are allocated. Namely, we're concerned about the spending of funding allocated for our English language learners. We want to make sure that educators who do this work with our multilingual learners have the resources and autonomy to do the work that they are highly skilled to do. Bi-Young Yu, a PAT board member and ELD educator, is here to share those concerns with y'all tonight and the need for an audit of those funds.
Did you know that we are laying off 23% of our ELD staff? When ELD enrollment has only gone down 0.5% this year. In fact, ELD enrollment has only gone down 10% since 2023. This year, at least 2 of my former ELD families have had their parents abducted by ICE. I put these statements together because I'm struggling with duality of saying we fight to protect our immigrants' rights when we're misallocating the services they receive in public schools. Next year, we are proposing a loss of 16 ELD teachers, moving from 108 FTE to 92. So I have a math problem. If the amount of money we get for ELD is based on our enrollment and we have 108 ELD teachers, how many ELD teachers should we cut next year if we have lost 0.5% of students? Half a teacher or 16? The math is not mathing because the enrollment decline in ELD is not matching the actual cuts we are making to ELD services. Back in the 70s, when San Francisco was integrating their schools, thousands of Chinese students went without ELD services. The Supreme Court ruled in Lau versus Nichols that school districts who are receiving funding for ELD should be providing ELD supports to those students. The ELD admin have demanded that instead of meeting the needs of ELD students in leveled classes, we push into gen ed classes without sufficient staffing. We know a lot about inclusion models in North Portland. Some call it neighborhood schools. Most of us call it inclusion without staffing. Because when parents put their kids in public schools and this district continues to force models teachers on the ground say aren't working, do you know what happens to our enrollment? Integrated models need more staff than non-integrated models. If I have 60 ELD students in 12 different classrooms, I can't teach with 12 different teachers in one day without additional staff. But if I can pull students from multiple classrooms into one group and serve each of their needs, then we don't gotta be San Francisco in the 1970s, where students went without services. Next year, we are receiving $22.7 million for ELD from the state. But I only see $15.5 million allocated in this budget. So what are we spending the other millions of dollars on? ELD state dollars should be used for ELD staffing. Restore 15 of the 16 ELD teachers and give teachers the autonomy to choose pull out or push in services. The second part costs you nothing except for a little humility and power. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I was originally planning a break around now, but we have kids in the audience who are waiting. Well, it's getting late for kids, so I would like to actually move on to the next two, and then we'll have a break after the renaming resolutions. Thank you for our union partners for showing up and testifying. Your words mean a lot. Your feedback means a lot. And yes, again, thank you. Next up on the agenda, we have a vote on a new mascot for the Metropolitan Learning Center. We have 15 minutes allotted for this item. I'll hand it over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Yeah, I'd call up Chief of Schools, Isaac Cardona, to introduce our speakers.
Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, Board of Directors, Student Representative Ian Retorto, and Superintendent Armstrong. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Isaac Cardona, the Chief of Schools, and I'm here to introduce the next two topics. First, I'd like to introduce Principal Ashley Hudson from MLC, the Metropolitan Learning Center, as she shares the community's recommendations regarding the adoption of a school mascot following their engagement process. We appreciate the board's time and consideration of the work and feedback gathered from students, staff, families, alumni, and community members throughout this process. At this time, Principal Hudson, take it away.
Hi, Ashley Hudson here. Thank you, Isaac. I'm here for a long-awaited mascot proposal. The students and staff and community last year went ahead and went through a process of voting on and trying to figure out what mascot would be most appropriate for MLC. We can move on to the next slide. Sweet. All right, so we've had a lot of talking here today, but if you're not already aware, MLC is a K-12 alternative school in the city of Portland, and we have a lot of things that make us unique, but I will also say that one of the things that is very apparent the moment you walk in the door is the community-based feel and the sense of belonging that all the students have in the school. We see this as a place where students really come and just can be themselves in a way that maybe they weren't authentically able to do in another place. We have some core values that we do work with our students on, starting from kindergarten all the way up, in terms of courage, compassion, respect, self-discipline, and integrity, and that guides all the work. One of the things that was the intent of the committee that went through the process of trying to figure out which mascot would be most appropriate is trying to find something that would reinforce the identity of the students and the sense of belonging in the community. So the timeline and process of this, it came up in October of 2024. So hey, we're finally here a long time later. And then there was a mascot committee that was put together in April of 2025. They went ahead and reviewed submissions and narrowed down some options, and then came to the conclusion right before the end of the school year last year that they would hold a vote, and they did so, and came up with the monarch butterfly. And the reason for that is that a caterpillar turning into a butterfly is a great visual that represents the growth and transformation that takes place for the students at MLC. So the kids are pretty excited about it, to be perfectly honest. We've all been dressing in monarch butterfly costumes and things like that already. That is all for that portion of it. I think as part of this as well, and If this is not okay to bring up at the moment, that is fine. We can do it another time. But there also has been interest from the community for several years to possibly change the name from Metropolitan Learning Center to Metropolitan Learning Community. And there's a variety of reasons for that, but would also just ask for the board's blessing in moving forward with that process as well.
All right. We'll make sure to reserve a little bit of time to talk about that request in a moment. But first up, let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7301, resolution to adopt a mascot for the Metropolitan Learning Center?
So moved.
So moved also.
Director DePass and Director Sullivan moves.
I'll
and
second.
Thank
Do we
you.
need a second still?
Director Chase Miller seconds.
Maybe we can have 2 and 2 this time.
And Director Split also seconds. Too late. All right. Do we have a board discussion?
Just that I love the name. I think it's perfect.
Thank you.
There's a school in East Portland that also has a monarch butterfly as a mascot. I think it's a great metamorphosis is a really great choice, and really happy to support it.
Awesome, thank you.
We got to know your kids a little bit earlier this spring. Was that winter? I don't know. And monarch butterfly does seem like a really great fit.
Yes, for sure. There are some of them that really wanted to be here today because they've been working on designs and things like that, but unfortunately went home sick or couldn't stay late.
Well, there's other ways to share. Email. We'll publicly display it at some point.
Fantastic, thank you.
Interpretive dance.
I was just gonna say maybe we could collectively plant a bunch of milkweed because I think the monarchs actually do come through Portland, and I know that there's quite a large milkweed planting nonprofit here. They would probably love to work with you.
Lovely, thank you.
Congratulations.
Sweet.
Are you working on a design for it?
Oh, yeah, we will. We had to put on pause with the comms department and things like that to make sure we were following the process. But yeah, some kids have some ideas, and we'll move forward.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? No. All right. Thank you for that presentation. The board will now vote on Resolution 7301, resolution to adopt a mascot for the Metropolitan Learning Center. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. The monarch butterfly, Resolution 7301 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative voting yes. Congrats. On to the request. I just want to do the short request is per our policy. The process to change the name can be brought up in the board, and then we can ask the superintendent to start that process. So I will go ahead and say that I do approve of starting that process. Anybody else?
Yes.
Yep.
Looks like you have the majority of the board that approves the start of the process for renaming Metropolitan Learning to some other C word. Sorry, it's getting late. Center or what was the community? Thank you. Let me clarify that so I don't get in trouble later. Thank you. All right, next up, we also have the resolution to approve a new name for Jason Lee Elementary School. This one is also allotted 15 minutes, and I'll hand this over to Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you, and passing it right to our Chief of Schools, Dr. Cardona, introducing the speaker or the principal.
Thank you. Next up, I'm honored to introduce Principal Alma Velasquez from Jason Lee Elementary to share the school community's recommendation regarding the proposed school name change. This recommendation reflects deep engagement with students, staff, families, and community members, and I especially want to acknowledge Principal Velasquez's leadership throughout this process. As the former principal of Jason Lee myself, this community remains deeply important to me, and I appreciate the care and thoughtfulness that Principal Velasquez has brought to guiding this work with the school community. Principal Velasquez, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alma Velasquez, and I am the principal of the currently named Jason Lee Elementary. I'm here tonight to present my school community's request for a change of a name to our school. I also would like to have the lady next to me introduce herself, please.
Hello, my name is Miriam Lowe. I am the site manager at Jason Lee and a community person within the school as well.
She's also been an active member of our renaming school community for the past 2 years. In the spring of 2024, this board gave us permission to pursue this work. We formed a committee made up of 4 students and equal parts of families and staff, as well as a community partner, our Sunsite manager. We met over 20 times in this period and worked hard to ensure our process was inclusive of all the diverse voices in our community from the beginning to the end. The policy that governs school name changes in PPS calls on communities to consider the impact of a new name on our most underrepresented students. We believe the change from Jason Lee, a Christian missionary who was a leader in the removal of indigenous people from this region, to our new name will do just that. Our students consider the names of many local change makers throughout history of our region, people of color who were pioneers in their field. Simultaneously, we held conversations with PSU professors who work closely and are connected to our region's native communities and local tribes. They suggested that in the tradition of the people who inhabited our region before Jason Lee came here, it was not customary to name places after individuals. This is rather a Western tradition. Instead, names for places were inspired by the natural world. We considered that and ultimately decided to let our community choose the name that most inspired them and felt representative of our school community. The ballot included 7 individual names of historical figures and 2 names inspired by nature. As you can see, nearly half of the over 430 voters chose the name Sunrise Elementary. Finally, I'd like to read to you the submission of the name of our community has chosen. It came from our kindergarten teacher, Ms. Dar. We hope that you will consider our request to change the name of our school from Jason Lee Elementary to Sunrise Elementary. This name came to me while I was driving to school one morning. Excuse me. Watching the sunrise over Rocky Butte, I thought it was something so special. Then over the next few weeks, I really noticed the sun rising behind our school and across our playground. I thought about the symbolism of a sunrise. It's the beginning of a new time, a new day. There's a lot of hope in a sunrise. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7302, resolution to approve a new name for Jason Lee Elementary School?
So moved.
Director Split moves. Director Chase Miller seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. Director LaForte seconds. All right. Board discussion or comments?
I just want to say I thought it was such a beautiful name for the school. Just as an aside, the school in my neighborhood has an amazing sunset. We're on the west side. Oh, yeah. And I just can imagine how on the east side that sunrise would be on a school playground, because I see kind of the opposite.
It's beautiful.
And I just, when I first heard the name, I kind of got chills just thinking about how our school grounds just like give us those feelings and the interaction between the school and what's going on around the school, and sometimes have these sort of beautiful vantage points. So I just wanted you to know that I thought it was such a beautiful name, and really grateful to the community and everyone who took part. My daughter's currently on a renaming committee for another school in the district, and I know how much work and conversation goes into it and how much thought. So thanks to everybody, including you, who worked on that effort.
Yes, everyone, we're all very excited about it.
I think it's a fantastic name, and I really love that you modeled in the process just such an inclusive process. Really, that really came through.
We actually went back to some of the students that went to Jason Lee as well, and the community itself. So not just the people who are in Jason Lee, we did recognize those that went to Jason Lee prior to and came back during a lot of our events to vote. So that was a big part of us making sure our entire community was involved in this.
Yes, and you picked up what I was putting down, and that's that alumni like to sometimes be involved, especially with the high school renaming. There's a lot of identity tied to where you went to school, so I appreciate that you invited alumni in. That's great.
Thank you.
I also love it living on the east side of Portland. I didn't have to get to the slide where you explained how it came to you, having driven south so many early mornings and looked over to see the sun rising over the east side and thinking of our schools. I have pictures of our schools, several of our schools, with the sun actually rising over them. So I just love it. I think it's just perfect for that area of the city.
We actually have a beautiful picture that shows the background of Jason Lee and the sunrise. So it definitely is amazing view.
I really appreciate the return to tradition and non-colonial methods of naming and acknowledgement. I think it's really beautiful and important that that was a core part of your strategy. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I also want to thank the staff, the community agents who helped the process, make sure that it was inclusive. We had community meetings, and they were part of ensuring that documents were translated, that people were invited. They made phone calls to make sure that the voting process was inclusive of all of our communities and languages and everything. So thank you to them, and they're here, and they just made a huge difference.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, go for it.
Are you guys the leopards?
We certainly are. Can you tell?
We have our family back here. Go Leopards.
Actually, I have another question.
Yes.
You guys have really dope T-shirts. Are those available for purchase? Because
Absolutely, they are.
Okay.
And they're actually the purchase of those items, I think, will connect somehow back to funding our name change.
I love it. Sign me up.
Yeah. Great.
Ditto. I think the name is perfect, and I am so excited to get this officially changed.
Thank you.
So with that, is there any board comment, or sorry, public comment? All right, thank you. Let's get this done, all right? The board will now vote on resolution don't clap too early. 7302, resolution to approve a new name for Jason Lee Elementary School. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yay.
Opposed, abstentions, student representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7302, Sunrise Elementary, is approved by a vote of 7-0 with student representative voting yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, let's take a photo and then a 5-minute break. Sunrise.
All the way back, all the way back. Go back there. Get in front though, get in front, my friend. Here, you can take a picture too. Well, thank you. Just gonna move this, okay? I know you know. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right, squish in, friends. Squish back, friends. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, leopard. 1, 2, 3, sunset leopard. Sunrise, sunrise leopard. Yay! I'm free to go to bed. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Good job.
All right, let's be back here at 8:54. All right, next up we have, and thank you for staying so late. We have the Community Budget Review Committee. We have allotted 30 minutes for this as a general guideline, and so I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wong. Thank you all for being here. This is an annual item, board members, and you will be presented this information, this report with their recommendations to inform your budget actions later on in the month. So with that, I'd like to introduce our Chief Financial Officer, Michelle Morrison.
Thank you, Superintendent Armstrong, Chair Wong, Vice Chair DePass, and the rest of the directors. I'm so pleased to be with you tonight, even though it's a little bit later, with these representatives of the Community Budget Review Committee, and they will present the report based on the review of the proposed budget. And before I hand it off, I'd like the opportunity to thank them for their courage and commitment to this work in such a difficult budget cycle. There are many new members, and I'd like to recognize that I did not differentiate the process enough in order them to anchor the group into the depth of understanding required for a really high level of confidence. Really, and you can see in the report itself, the timeline from budget proposal to report development is just far too short. One thing we can do differently this year is uncouple the CBRC budget review report from the local option levy certification, which you can expect to see soon in an upcoming meeting. I will say that finance staff did a great job responding to member questions, but I do recognize the need to provide support and access to this body throughout the year so that the budget development cycle is more amenable to these dedicated volunteers. We've got a plan in place for that. I want to thank the full committee again for participation and express gratitude to the leadership, Adriel Person, who is chair, Karanja Cruz, co-vice chair, and Angela Bonilla, co-vice chair. And with that, I'd like our members to introduce themselves and we'll get into the presentation.
Hello, my name's Shane Corey. I'm a parent of one PPS student and a second one in about a year and a half.
Hello, I'm Eli Posada. I'm a freshman at McDaniel High School, and I've been in PPS all my life.
Hi, I'm Ann Cherry, PhD, parent to a second grader and a soon-to-be kindergartner at Arleta Elementary, and also a graduate of 13 years of PPS education.
I think you have to point it that way. That way is my experience. Roseanne, can you advance, or it should be working?
Oh, is it that one? So many remotes.
They don't seem like.
Right, there we go. So, quick background to start off on the CBRC for those following along at home. The CBRC reviews, evaluates, and makes recommendations to the board regarding the superintendent's proposed budget and confirms the local option levy funds are being spent according to the voters' wishes. All right. The purpose and focus of the CBRC is to analyze that the budget aligns with the board's goals. You can see the themes of the goals right there: third grade reading, fifth grade mathematics, eighth grade readiness, as well as high school graduation. Yeah, we're now going to briefly discuss the themes and recommendations that the committee came up with and that was presented to the board in our report.
First of all, thank you for having us. We're very glad to be here tonight. As you know, the CBRC represents the community in this process, and as such, we're very attuned to the impact of budget decisions on the level of support that's available inside our classrooms. And yet we know the district faces long-term challenges of rising costs, of declining enrollment. And so we're encouraged to see that this year most of the changes that we see in the budget are of a structural nature rather than relying on one-time measures. However, with a significant shortfall projected not just for this year but also for 27-28, the challenges are far from resolved. One thing we want to note that I think has been really reinforced here tonight, we know that families and staff of the district are the most important advocates for improvements in school funding. But they can only advocate effectively, and they're only going to be motivated to do so when they can understand where the money goes and how it's being spent. So the CBRC this year has identified multiple recommendations to improve the budget's readability and accessibility to the public, and we urge the board to prioritize them for next year's process. The next one. As Michelle alluded to, before we dive into the budget content, we'd like to open by noting a few challenges in the process of the CBRC this year. We received the budget when you did, 2 weeks ago tonight, and our report was due last week. That is too short of amount of time to review a $2.8 billion budget. and it's not equal to the seriousness of the task that we're charged with. We raise this concern not as a complaint, but as a matter of public accountability in a time when our budget deficits are growing, our reserves are declining, and there's significant reductions to student-facing supports. We think that accountability is more important than ever. And so 11 days is not enough. That said, this committee is engaged, thoughtful, attentive. We're looking forward to sharing with you our recommendations, and we ask that ahead of the next budget session, not only is additional time allotted for more thorough review, but also that the board provides a report describing how this year's recommendations have been acted upon and summarizing any key results that have come from them. This will make our report next year even more effective. So now we dive in. I think we have 10 points to share, and we will try to be relatively brief. Starting with budget accessibility. Transparency in the decisions, in the district's spending decisions, will be critical to building the trust that PPS needs to generate advocacy, to reverse enrollment decline, and to get the fund for PPS up and running. Achieving that trust requires a budget that's accessible and understandable to the community. In our view, as community members who have sat down with this budget, its current structure misses two important things about the way the public thinks about school finances. Firstly, our community is very much wants to know which resources are going directly into schools, which resources are being spent on student-facing programs, and which resources are in non-student-facing critical necessities. That information is not available in the budget as it is structured now because there are no definitions of what in school means. In fact, Volume 2 of the budget shows an average of about $11,000 per student going straight into schools, whereas when we look at budget Volume 1 of the same budget, after we take out the construction bond and the GO bonds and the PERS unfunded liability, it shows $26,000 being spent per student. The difference between $11,000 and $26,000 per student presumably reflects legitimate and largely unavoidable costs, things like maintenance, special education services, centrally administered programs. Our concern is not that these costs exist, but that they're not described in the budget documents because there are no definitions of what is student-facing. The second way the budget is not aligned with public understanding is that huge expenditures, like the $1.4 billion of construction planning and the nearly $300 million of debt service and PERS liability, are all mixed in with everything else. That makes it very difficult to see spending decisions made within the district's operating budget. We were trying to follow along with the budget tonight to see some of the numbers that people were talking about. We couldn't because we couldn't see the salaries of just the district because all the construction salaries are mixed in with all the other salaries. It's all one big pot. The documents only tell us how many dollars of the whole budget are spent on one thing rather than for a certain purpose or a certain function. As an analogy, if I were trying to track my family's grocery spending, I need to know that that trip to Freddy's just spent a quarter of our monthly grocery budget. But this document is not set up to tell me that. It tells me I just spent 0.1% of my family's annual spend, including our kitchen remodel. This is not a transparent way to communicate spending decisions to the public. We'd like to see the equivalent of the monthly grocery budget, the planned expenditures broken out at the level of major function and major object, so we can see which money is going where and how much is being spent on what. Once we have this, a clear visual communication of spend, something like a Sankey chart of crosswalked function and object data, would make the budget more usable by all PPS families, even those not able to navigate an English language 500-page technical document. That actually leads directly to our next slide. As you can see, the first recommendation here is identical to the last page. CBRC is asked to affirm that the levy funds are being spent according to voters' will in Measure 26-246. But in the budget, the levy money goes into the same large bucket as everything else. the budget contains no documentation about how and where the levy funds are spent. Just like the grocery budget, when spending is documented only from that highest aggregate level, we can't deliver meaningful oversight of individual fund spending. In the case of the levy, the stakes are high because the voters have chose to tax themselves in support of specific educational priorities, namely class size and in-classroom supports. And this CBRC exists in part to verify that that trust is being honored. Without a proposed budget broken out by function and object, that verification is difficult to undertake. As was mentioned earlier, the district has agreed to extend the levy process, and we will be receiving, the CBRC will be receiving additional information that should allow us to make a full examination of where the levy funds are being spent. So that's work in progress. And then the third piece here, as we reviewed the budget, we looked for national benchmarks of how much is being spent on instruction and how much on support services, which are the two major classifications within the operating budget. Nationally, support services are only about 39% of this combined budget, the national average. In Portland Public, support services make up 47%. The CBRC is concerned that that difference could indicate that instructional resources are getting squeezed out by support services in PPS. Please remember, we had less than 2 weeks to look at this question, so we request that the board has it properly analyzed by undertaking regular benchmarking assessments of instructional and operational spend compared to districts that are similar to PPS in size, in population, as well as in age of facilities. And in fact, this recommendation echoes the report from the Secretary of State's office in 2022, where it recommended PPS to conduct regular and public peer benchmarking. And then the final note on this topic, as part of this work, the CBRC has noted that any reductions in instruction may be more acutely felt by students with fewer resources. So we ask that the board also determine whether any such gaps fall disproportionately on historically underserved students and develop a response plan if so.
So, as we talk about risks in the budget, we are concerned that the budget relies on optimistic assumptions. As we talk about labor, the 1% cost of living analysis is significantly lower than historical trends and current labor proposals, as I believe the PAT is proposing an 8% cost of living analysis, whereas previous years have been between 3 and 6%. Revenue. CBRC questions if property tax projections are conservative enough to avoid a repeat of this year's budget deficit, as as property taxes in Portland decrease in value as we go through. And while we appreciate the inclusion of expense buffers and the focus on student stability, the district must use more conservative projections to prevent another mid-year shortfall and maintain public trust. Proportionate reduction framework. To address the budget gap while prioritizing equity and stability, CBRC recommends a proportionate reduction framework focused on these priorities. Protecting vulnerable students, such as preserving ELD services and middle school health supports, maintaining equitable access, including retaining access transportation, which we heard a lot tonight, and inclusive programming, such as VDLI programs, not VDLI, dual language immersion programs. Weighted reductions, such as avoiding uniform staffing cuts and applying reductions in a manner that protects high-need schools, especially Title I schools, which we have also heard a lot about tonight. And especially transparency, providing program-specific accounting of staffing changes for ELD, counseling, and special education. And strategic retention. Balance core services with high-value arts, athletic, and advanced learning to stabilize enrollment. These programs especially attract students to our schools and maintain their active interest in the program and in our schools. Advocacy. We appreciate that the district has a lot of transparency regarding state funding impacts. To address current deficits and ensure long-term stability, we urge the district to expand advocacy for the following reforms. PERS rates. Form a statewide coalition to separate PERS liabilities from the state school fund. This ensures the state fulfills pension obligations directly and provides transparency for instructional spending as rates rise from 4% to 23%. Special education funding. Advocate to raise the 11% funding cap to better support the 17% of PPS students receiving services, ensuring that all new mandates are fully funded. And then student investment account, ensuring the SIA funds provide additive support for mental health and student services rather than backfilling state school fund gaps. Education Stability Fund, secure one-time dollars from this fund to minimize service disruptions from structural budget adjustments. And I know that there was effort to secure those funds this year and they fell through, and yeah.
All right. So blended classrooms was another topic that we discussed in the report. Over the course of the meetings of the CBRC, members raised questions around the estimated savings from increasing the use of blended classrooms, as well as any evaluations of their educational efficacy. We were provided certain data from PPS, including a report that was prepared by PPS and provided to the Ainsworth community earlier this year, which we understand included interviews from principals and educators, but no family members. Seeing that, as well as the other data provided to us, caused concern from the committee about potential student tracking inequities, teacher stress, and the lack of stakeholder input in the use of blended classrooms. In connection therewith, the CBRC recommends that the district evaluate the long-term efficacy and equity of this type of model, that the district explicitly identify multi-grade enrollment in its data systems for outcome tracking, and also that future reports include interviews with family members and its educators and specify where licensed staff are utilized for math instruction. Our view is that these measures are necessary to confirm if blended models maintain the educational standards while actually reducing costs. Contracted services. In reviewing the budget, the CBRC observed that there was a 62% increase in this year's proposed budget from last year's for purchase services. This rises from $270 million to $437 million, which is nearly triple the budget gap that was identified as what needed to be closed for this cycle. CBRC recommends that the board direct the district to explore ways of potentially reducing these third-party spending costs, perhaps through renegotiating contracts or seeking lower cost alternatives. We also urge the board to ensure the future fiscal responsibility, to ensure that the district must provide a transparent breakdown of professional service contracts, and to ensure that these expenditures are based on effectiveness and their impact on equity. One specific suggestion that is made in the report is replacing MAP assessments, which cost roughly $218,000 a year, with free ODE interim assessments, which are available currently for grades 3 through 8.
I can jump in for a moment. Yeah. And if you're wondering, well, how much of that increase is because of the construction bond? That's why we need to have the construction bond costs separate, because it's very difficult to look at that and say, well, this is due to the construction bond, and this is due to electricians.
Kind of the other flip of the coin from seeking ways to reduce costs is seeking alternative ways of bringing in additional revenues and opportunities there. As discussed in our report, the CBRC recommends formalizing a community investment strategy that's focused on equitable, durable funding. Some of the initiatives that the committee suggested included community benefit agreements, so partnering with major local institutions to generate recurring revenue for district-wide athletics, arts, and other extracurriculars. Next would be scale the in-kind partnerships that the district is currently utilizing. The suggestion is to establish a centralized office that could expand on models like the ones currently used by Lincoln High School with the MAC and McDaniels High School with the People's Court. And with that comes scaling low-cost enrichment opportunities equitably. Next is strategic asset use, which is really reimagining our underutilized real assets that the district has. This could include prioritizing public partnerships over one-time property sales, potentially also including converting underutilized buildings into affordable housing to stabilize enrollment, and leveraging assets like the One North building for ongoing revenue. And lastly, the suggestion of modernized fundraising, as we know the board has been talking about in prior meetings. The committee suggests replacing school-specific fundraising with district-supported, equity-based models that can help to eliminate neighborhood wealth disparities. And our final topic is long-term outlook. To start this one off, the CBRC would like to commend both the board and the staff for their efforts to implement a long-term strategy this year and to engage the community during this year's budget process, which was a recommendation of the CBRC last year. And we thank you for taking that into consideration and putting that into effect. That said, we want to note that a structurally sustainable budget continues to be an imperative for the district. The changes done this year need to continue. Indeed, PSU projects continued enrollment declines through at least the 2029-2030 school year, and a budget gap is already projected for the 27-28 school year. So this year's changes are only a first step in the process. The CBRC urges the board to continue implementing a long-term strategy, including additional reductions where necessary, to eventually reach a position of growing resources and revenues. We also request that the district maintain its continued candor on goals, timelines, and progress, with offering meaningful opportunities for the community to give their input along the way. All right. With that, I present a list of our colleagues who joined us on the CBRC this year. Several of them you can also see currently online. We want to thank you for the chance to speak to you all and share these findings and our recommendations, and happy to open it up for questions or discussion.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. We will do it in order as before, just check on questions. I just want to remind we are kind of right up 12 minutes left of our 30-minute, hopefully allotted time. And we do, I know in the next report, we also have a kid waiting. So let's be mindful, but this is super important. So so talk fast. Let's start with Director LaForte.
Well, thank you very much. That was just excellent, especially considering the amount of time you had. I just wanted to say that I had the same initial gut reaction when I looked at the budget in terms of wanting to have the general fund separated from bond funds. And Michelle's been great. We spent some time together yesterday talking about how to chop pieces up so I could take a deeper look at it. So I just appreciate that you're kind of seeing the same thing, and I think looking towards next year, I think that is an excellent suggestion. And share the desire to look at potentially, where can we renegotiate our third-party contracts? That's on my mind as well. And then I love your idea of checking in throughout the year to see how and if we're implementing your recommendations. So I know that as a board member, I'll be thinking about how, making some suggestions about how we can work that into our work stream. So I love that idea, so that when we're sitting here next year, we could take a look back and see what we were able to address and what we may want to move forward or not consider moving forward. So thank you very much. And thanks for your time yesterday, Michelle.
Well, I had the advantage of listening to you quite a few times. Very impressive group of people who came up with so many very important things. And I think Michelle is working on making it so we can actually start earlier. There's not a whole lot I think we can do with getting the budget book out earlier, but we can get the understanding of how the budget works before the budget book comes out. And I just think this report is phenomenal. And to watch it, you didn't all see it, but there was a lot of talk, a lot of ideas, and then they managed to get this report together in like 2 days, all of you working together.
About 48 hours, yeah.
And it was amazing. So thank you so much. And I feel blessed that I was able to be part of that, because I learned a lot too. So thank you.
I'll just be brief in the interest of time, but I appreciate all the work that went into this, and especially with the constrained timeline you all had. Some things that stood out to me were your thoughts around partnerships and how we can build capacity by partnering with companies in the community. Oh my gosh. Forgot the other thing. And the assessments. I think that is something we've heard our friend Karanja talk about in the past, and I'm really interested in how that can help us meet some of our budgetary goals while also aligning with academic goals. So thank you.
Yeah, again, just wanted to thank you guys, especially considering the the size, of this budget. I remember getting my budget book, 2 volumes, and just going, wow, and opening it up, and and it's a lot. So thank you guys for putting this together. I especially agree with your points about outsourcing. I'm very concerned about the amount of outsourcing that's going on. Just personally, I hate outsourcing in general in public institutions, but I know it has its places, and so I would love. So it would be great if it was a lot easier to see how that actually works out in our budget in these volumes. So, but yeah, great report. Good job, guys.
Hi, Shane, Eli, Ann, right?
Yep.
Thank you so much for your service, and thanks to everybody else who you served with in this process. I know it was a really truncated timeline, and I just really can't thank you enough. I have so many agreements on how the state's required budget framework that we do a killer job of doing doesn't do much for everyday Portlanders understanding what is going on. I'm deeply intimidated by our budget documents. I can handle volume 2 pretty well. Volume 1, I can't get there. And I have a master's degree, come on. And I've worked in this type of stuff for a long time, but I'm nowhere close and have to rely on asking questions and just generally sort of trying to be more comfortable with confusion. And that's not acceptable, right? We're supposed to be holding everybody accountable and being good stewards of fiscal resources, and it's really hard to do when the document is, as you put it, just doesn't give you kind of what you need to make those decisions. But again, we're doing the thing we have to do by state law, so we have to follow the state law and then do more, and which is already really hard in order to get the information we need to actually make it accessible and transparent to people. It's a real balance and struggle, and I hope we can, as a district, work on figuring out how we can address some of those concerns. I wanted to share good news on advocacy. The list that you put forward are things that I think we are already supporting or have in the past. And I personally reached out to my own legislator to ask if she'd be willing to run the PERS separation bill. We'll see if she's willing, and was really proud to have Angela from PAT a part of the ask to my own legislator to see if she might be willing to run something. We'll see what happens. But I just think after doing school funding work and hearing from legislators so much about how, well, we fund our schools at this rate, but then if you take out the 30% that goes toward PERS, then actually that's a lot less money that's going to our classrooms than in these states that we're being compared to. And we really need to put an end to it. Our legislators are just going to continue to say there's not a problem. I loved the benchmarking idea, or particularly looking at peer school districts to see how our spending compares. I wanted to thank you for that. I also appreciated the caution on the risks, the mention of the contract situation. And then I found it interesting, you had a list of ideas for further, as we make further cuts, don't do these things kind of, or do the, anyway, that was interesting to me. And I wish I could have more time to ask some questions about what sort of cuts you would do instead if we were to say, pull back on some of the things that we already have put forward. I think that would be an interesting exchange that we don't have time to have. But I will just throw it into the universe and move on. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. This is my first time opening as a board member the board book, and it was really overwhelming. And someone asked me on Friday, I think, what page I'm on, and I said on page 143, and I have tabs and circles and questions which are coming your way at some point very soon. But it's really hard to digest and understand, and you sort of hit the nail right on the head. How do we support spending X on transportation when we don't know what A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, all the way getting up to it are? And that's been really challenging for me. So I appreciate that I'm not the only one. I appreciate that you recognize that it should be more understandable and transparent, and not transparent, understandable for the community who is also trying to figure out where things are going. I really like the idea of starting earlier. I can't imagine having your role and responsibility and as a volunteer committee to go through this in 9 days and then turn around this report that is really extraordinary, but nonetheless, that's just not enough time. So I hope we can start earlier, and it sounds like just decoupling or disconnecting from something will help that happen, and I love that there's already a plan in place. I just read this weekend, and of course there's already a plan, so I really appreciate that. Everyone's talked about a bunch of things. I really like the idea of making sure we get meaningful impact on multi-grade classrooms from instructors and families, and that we make sure that it's working and not sliding us backwards, because if a system is put in place, it doesn't save a whole lot of money, but then sets us back, we need to know about it as soon as possible. And the way to do that is to engage the people who are in the classroom and then the families whose kids are in the classrooms. I guess I did wonder the MAP assessment versus ODE assessment. The $200,000 a year savings seemed very, very small in this giant budget, and I wondered how much it would cost to have to learn the ODE testing. My own personal question is more that we do MAP and iReady and OSAS testing, and as I understand it, lots of teachers spend time getting their kids ready for MAP and iReady and OSAS testing, and all of that is lost instructional time. And so I wonder why we do any of it, or at least maybe we take a breather, use all that instructional time, and then see where we are a year later, because my own kids come home and say we took a practice test to get ready for next week's test, and that seems like a lot of lost instructional time. Yeah, I really want to echo that the board directing benchmarking and following up on items is really imperative, and so I hope that's a conversation that we can have to make sure that your work does not just stay on this paper. So thank you.
Thank you. I love Sankey charts. That's a great idea. I think we should do that. I have a couple things that brings me to the one point I want to make. I really appreciate the voice that you take in this report, and that it is not only identifying issues but also being creative and problem solving. I think that just invites collaboration, because good ideas come from all over the place, and the more places we have for those ideas to come from, the better we will be. I think one of the things I really take into seriousness is about your request and comment about creating continuity, knowing what recommendations you have and what effect it had and whether it was implemented and the response about that. So that's something I am actually seriously exploring. I'll be talking with district leadership as well, trying to figure out what systems are possible that we can do. I'm going to try to bring some ideas to the board as well because one of the things that I really want to do is move away from this like one time a year budget report and then it goes out in the ether, right? And the idea is that when we build not only just continuity builds long-term progress. So instead of constantly revisiting the same thing over and over again, continuity creates an opportunity to start digging deeper into things instead of just revisiting the old same story over and over again, right? I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir. But yeah, so I am going to explore that. I'll talk with district leadership about what possible scenarios that could be. I'll bring ideas to the board, and we'll have this, because I think it's pretty universal that we all want this to be something that is iterative and continuous. And I mean, I already heard from more than 3 people here who said that same thing. So we'll get to work on it. So thank you again for everything. Any last comments before? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm used to ending.
I really appreciate you too. I love the composition of this committee, and especially the educator voice, which actually gave us some homework. Provide a feedback loop by publishing a report showing which CBRC recommendations were acted upon and the resulting outcomes. And what I like about that exercise is that it does create kind of an iteration of, it's not a one-time static process. A couple of things in the report that stood out to me were this idea of public-public partnerships. I like the idea of partnering on potential assets that we might be, putting in storage, or, we're moving things around right now. But I was like, none of the public agencies have any money. Everybody's facing deficits. So I wondered why it wasn't private partnerships. I do love the idea of studying the peer districts and figuring out where that right balance is between what we spend and what other peer districts, if we can find one somewhere in the country. I think Sacramento is mentioned, and sometimes Denver, I think. I would have to double check that. I like that idea of actually studying, right sizing where our dollars are going. And finally, the reconsideration of our third-party contracts is important, and it's important. I know bond funds are kind of wrapped up into this, but to the extent that we can, not only reduce costs, but also make sure that some of the voters actually get there's money that stays in Portland. In other words, that's really important. I think it would be interesting just to look at where we are spending on third party and what we might be able to do if we're really creative. So thank you.
Can I just quickly share a fun fact? I think I'm going to ask our wonderful council to be listening because I get this wrong. But I'm pretty sure it already is board policy that the first right of refusal for any sale or lease maybe of any sort of disposal of our land has to first go through a public entity. So we actually have in policy already a preference that would put a public entity first. While we are having a lot of cash issues in our local governments for similar reasons to our own, we do have housing money. Just saying. So I'm hopeful that maybe something can come together too. But yeah, I do love that we already have that policy to keep us from selling it to private first.
I also didn't mention this, but I love the idea, housing was mentioned, and I hope that we don't become a city where our teachers and cab drivers and people that are in the service industry can't afford to live in the city limits. And so maybe in this tangled, web of a budget, we have a solution to one of our most pressing problems here in our community.
Can I say one thing? I just wanted to share that there is a CBRC Q&A tracking log that was put together that's incredible. Michelle shared that with me yesterday, so if any of you are interested, send her an email. I mean, it's phenomenal. So thank you. I've got it up in front of me, and I'm like, it is just great job. Thank you.
And thank you for getting this done, I'm sure, over a weekend, because people have other things to do, and the tight turnaround. I'm hoping that next year we have a little bit more spaciousness in the calendar, so we can really do some deep thinking and a little bit more back and forth.
Could you send that tracker out rather than getting 8 separate emails? Can you just ask for that now?
Certainly. Yeah, we'll share that with Roseanne and you all.
Awesome. Thank you. Again, really appreciate your time and the intense amount of work that you put in this short period of time to get this done. So thank you again. And yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Oh. Yeah.
And I just noticed the folks online, thanks for sitting in to those of you that were there online.
So I think we have one more comment or question.
Just wanted to give a quick shout out to the staff that have been supporting us as well. Tammy and Alexandria, they've been doing a whole bunch of work making sure that we're all together on meetings, helping create make sure all the documents were put together. So I just wanted to give that shout out as well. So, that's it.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. All right, next up we have our Climate Crisis Annual Report. Again, thank you all for staying so late. We have 15 minutes allotted to this time. This is our annual Climate Crisis Response Policy Annual Report. I said annual twice. Hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Yeah, this is an informational item for the board, and my Chief of Staff, Deborah Kafori, will start us off this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong, and board members. I'm excited to be here tonight with some fantastic news. We have had some bad news, some not so great news, a few moments of hope and inspiration, and this is one of those good moments to share, so I'm really excited to be here with you tonight. I'm proud to introduce Kat Davis, the Climate Justice Advisor, and with us tonight, Alyssa Kumas is the chair of the Climate Crisis Response Committee, and also we are thankful to have a board member as well, Murtaza Balta. I hope I didn't say it too incorrectly, pronounce your name, but I'm really excited that you all stayed so late tonight, and thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us tonight. Good evening, board directors. Good to see you all. I'm excited tonight to share the Climate Crisis Response Policy Update, which is an annual update to the board around the progress made on our Climate Crisis Response, Climate Justice, and Sustainable Practices Policy. Did you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm Alyssa Kumis, she, her. I'm a PPS parent of 2 kids at Sunnyside Environmental School and also honored to be the chair of the committee this year.
And I'm Murtaza Batla, parent of 2 PPS kids, board member.
And I'm Kat Davis. I am the Climate Justice Advisor here, and my role is to oversee the strategic implementation of our Climate Crisis Response Policy. I'm the staff liaison for the Climate Crisis Response Committee and get the honor of working with them on making sure that the policy is moving forward as expeditedly as the policy mandates. So tonight I'm going to share some context from a staff perspective about some of the different activities that we have been doing this year to make progress on our policy goals, and then we'll hand it over to the committee to provide their report. So to just dive in, for those of you at home who are not familiar, the Climate Crisis Response, Climate Justice, and Sustainable Practices Policy that we call the CCRP, or the Climate Crisis Response Policy for short, is one of the most ambitious climate policies for a K-12 district in the nation. This is something that PPS is leading the nation on and something we should be really proud of. It commits to swiftly mobilizing resources for climate action to do everything from reducing greenhouse gas emissions to improving mental health and wellness to focusing climate literacy centering on racial equity and social justice. It includes 3 pillars, 10 goals, and over 75 objectives that span every department and touch every student in the district. There we go. This just breaks down the policy goals. We have 2 overarching goals. The thing that makes this policy so ambitious is that we, as a district, are requiring our schools to, our buildings to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030. Originally, when this policy was being discussed, the district was talking about having this be a 50% reduction by 2040 initiatives, and students and teachers and parents advocated, no, we need to push it further and we need to be ambitious if we're going to do it. And so that's how we got to the 2030 goal. The other overarching goal is to elevate engagement, resilience, and wellness. And then the 3 pillars are listed as such, include everything from our increasing solar and all the things you think about with sustainability initiatives, climate resilience, what does it mean to teach and learn in a climate that is too hot or too cold or too windy, as it tends to get around here, and then what does it mean to become a engaged, empowered, and excited student as growing up within the climate crisis. And the policy also requires the board to develop the community oversight committee with this annual report. So here we are today. We went through the decarbonization goals. Another thing I'm going to just quickly mention that's unique about our policy is that we do require all phasing out of all fossil fuel infrastructure by 2050 and prohibit installation of any new fossil fuel infrastructure for new buildings or remodels in the district. So these are goals around emissions that we just don't see in other districts. Okay. The Climate Crisis Response Committee develops an annual report every year with recommendations to the board and to the staff on how to more strategically and ambitiously move our policy work forward. So these are the goals from last year, and I, as the staff person charged with overseeing this implementation, take these goals really seriously and use them to guide the work of how we're mobilizing this all the different activities and objectives that move this work forward. So the goals from last year include aligning climate work with our priority goals, embedding transparency and engagement tools, preserving and scaling our climate programs, institutionalizing student voice, and expanding and redesigning our volunteer programs to include more policy implementation support. The way that we've seen this show up this year and the priorities that we really led for the 25-26 school year were to integrate our decarbonization roadmap into the work that we did. That was a scope that the board passed us to pursue, and really created this ambitious plan that allows us to plan out how to decarbonize our district in a way that prioritizes health and equity. We also have been working to integrate climate literacy into our curriculum adoptions process, increasing support student systems for student action especially through our Portland Clean Energy Fund grants, and increasing accessibility and transparency by really trying to provide as much of an interactive and robust website, just to like real platform on the climate justice and sustainability page. Okay, so that's how we've been strategically mobilizing this work. I'm going to share some highlights because I think we could use some good news in the world. I know it's late, so I'll be quick with this. Something I really want to point out is that with the commitment for the board to fully commit to fully electric high schools with our modernizations, we are on track to meet our 2030 goal, which is pretty amazing. Not saying that we didn't think it could be done, but this is pretty great. It does require PGE to meet their decarbonization goals as well, but just positioning ourselves to be on track to meet this ambitious goal is a huge, exciting win that should be celebrated at PPS. I also want to celebrate that little wins, like we've completed our LED retrofit across the district. We're at 100% fully electric leaf blowers, like the little things that make a big difference in terms of air quality and emissions impact. I also want to throw a big shout out to our transportation director, Brandon Coonrod, because when I was giving this report 4 years ago, we were really excited to celebrate bringing on 2 electric school buses to our PPS fleet, and we are now at 27 electric school buses, either currently operating or on their way and counting, due to his really hard work writing grants and connecting with our contract partners. And we've also just increased our Safe Routes to School program, which has been phenomenal. Just to move things along, we've been working to really think about how to mobilize around heating and cooling, and have really focused on partnering with the state of Oregon's climate literacy standards that they adopted at the state level to make sure that we're in alignment with the work that we're doing and not creating additional work for our teachers moving forward as those become more robustly adopted. And then my final big highlight is just going to be spending a little bit of time sharing some celebrations around our climate-friendly public schools program. You all have gotten a lot of updates about PSEF in the last couple of weeks. You've heard that term a lot. This is the really, it's all great programs, but this is the really fun one, which provides $3 million to PPS to provide student-led climate projects across the district for 5 years. It gives $10,000 into the hands of students every year for 5 years for any school that has 6 through 12. So it's all of our middle schools, high schools, and K-8s. Some really just exciting things about this year. This is the second year of the program, and we've had 100% of schools participate that are eligible by submitting proposals. Over 2,700 students participated in that. They anticipate engaging 20,000 students. They anticipate spending almost $500,000. It's a really exciting program to see happen. And we've really expanded the community partnership process with that. We've also created a showcase where students, over 300 students came on a field trip to actually get to see each other's work, and had some amazing speakers, including Director Wong and Superintendent Armstrong, come and speak to our students, and had 3 schools show up and talk about the projects that they did. And then these are just some of the programmatic supports that I'm not going to go through all of them, but we took the feedback from our community last year that we heard that were barriers to participating in this program, and implemented a ton of different resources and support networks to really elevate and empower our students to be able to plan ambitious climate projects and make them happen with a very short timeline, and supporting our teachers who are amazing and supporting these students with almost no time to do it. So just want to give a huge shout out to our program manager, Carrie Jones Bahara, who is the one who really like made these different things happen, as well as our AmeriCorps fellow Bird Babcock, because they deserve to be shouted out. So moving forward, some of the challenges we saw this year were from limited staff capacity and resources to just really move forward the strategic alignment amidst all of the poly crises happening in the world. So to maintain some progress, some recommendations are around just continuing to operationalize these goals and really help to lean into the volunteer capacity that our PPS community has to offer around this. So that's some context about where we've been this year, and I'm going to hand it over to Alyssa.
Thank you. That's leaning in enough. So thank you for having us. I know that it's late. Thank you for your attention. So the Climate Crisis Response Committee, the CCRC, you just heard from the CBRC, but the CCRC, we are a 12-member committee. We have 2 student representatives. We had 5 new members this year, which was wonderful. And the duties of the CCRC are to receive regular reports and data from our staff liaison to understand if the policy is being implemented and how it's impacting frontline communities, to determine whether the status implementation are consistent with the goals of the policy, and then to share written findings with the board on at least an annual basis. Our committee also has kind of an unofficial support and advocacy role for the district's climate work. So I just wanted to share, for instance, one of our special session meetings engaged staff from the district AI work group, and we are finalizing our recommendations and hope to share them with you all soon. We also aim to be engaged in the policy review process, since the climate crisis response policy will be up for review in the near future. This year's annual report highlights many successes. I don't want to repeat what Kat just shared, but I will say that it is such a privilege to be at this school district that is taking the climate crisis seriously and really leading the charge around the nation. It feels like a big privilege, and I think the fact that we are not only have ambitious decarbonization goals, but are actually on track to meet them is such a huge success in addition to everything else that's going on. I want to shout out our student survey, which was something that was started last year by our student representatives on the CCRC. It was disseminated in April of last year for the first time to understand how students are feeling around how the district is implementing this work, and also how they're feeling about the climate crisis and how we can best engage them. It was disseminated again this year, and they even got a larger response rate, which is phenomenal. And we are just really excited for that to be institutionalized. So I will talk about the challenges that we saw this year, but I don't want it to outweigh some of the wonderful things that we've seen. But they are noteworthy. So we believe that these challenges really require careful attention because they will be exacerbated next year if the district doesn't take action. We experienced quite a bit of backsliding this year in a few ways. The Climate Policy Public Dashboard, which debuted last year, was hosted by Invisio, but was lost due to the budget cuts, so that contract ended. That was an interactive dashboard that provided a way to show the community and also the committee where we were in integrating and implementing the policy. Efforts have been made to recreate it and house it on the PPS website, but that hasn't been fully executed yet. But we look forward to that because right now we're missing this crucial tool to communicate how we're doing. The Climate Justice and Sustainability team had 2 people this year. They were really reduced due to budget cuts and just vacancies. And specifically, the Energy and Sustainability Project Manager role was vacant, so we didn't have anyone trained to utilize the decarbonization tool, which was also something that the district invested in last year, that allowed us to track our climate progress, make updates as variables change, and to test how different scenarios will impact emissions reductions, equity, cost, and student health. It's really the reason that we knew that electrifying our modernized high schools would get us to achieve our 2030 decarbonization goals. So without that filled position, it was hard for Kat to help us understand as a committee how we were doing. And bittersweetly, the new staff member has now been hired, but only has a few weeks to overlap with Kat Davis, whose position has been eliminated for next year. So looking ahead to next year without Kat, we foresee future backsliding, and we just think it's important to raise that flag. Oh, it just got quiet. So our recommendations for next year really center around how are we preserving the tools and work that we've already invested in, and how do we maintain transparency with the community? There's a lot of great things happening, but we're missing some key pieces to help us measure our progress and to continue to have that dialogue with our partners. So our first recommendation is to ensure that the climate policy public dashboard is recreated and housed on PPS's website. This dashboard should have clear ownership and be updated regularly. The student survey is also a key mechanism for gaining student feedback, and the results should be shared and incorporated into the climate team's implementation plan. Kat has done a phenomenal job over the past 4 years integrating the policy and ensuring its implementation across the district's many departments. Without her position, it will be the leadership's job to ensure ownership, monitoring, and reporting of the policy's objectives. And then lastly, our committee identified ways that we can improve our capacity and effectiveness, including earlier onboarding of new members and requesting that our next staff liaison can utilize the climate policy dashboard and also the decarbonization tool to share progress with us to improve our effectiveness. And lastly, before I kind of turn it over, I just want to share my gratitude for Kat, who is really, we have her to thank for the policy's implementation over the past 4 years, and this is why we are a leader. She's taken such a strategic systems approach to integrating the policy, building bridges across departments, and making the climate policy the way PPS does work. Additionally, the respect, attention, and responsiveness she has shown for community engagement is truly unparalleled. Her impact in leading this work at PPS is of profound significance and importance for all of our futures. So thank you.
Or we'll go in order for if you have questions or comments. We'll start with Director Sullivan.
I get lost in the order here. Glad you're keeping track. Well, I just remember when I first came and first met you, Kat, and you were, I think you'd been here maybe a year, but pretty new, and your ideas, and it's amazing to see how much more has happened since you've been here. And it's just, it's really amazing to me how much has happened. And I was at the I don't know what you called it, but
the like student project showcase.
Yeah, the student project showcase, and to see the number of schools that were represented, and the 3 schools that presented orally were just like, you know, seemed like college kids presenting about the climate. So I just want to really show how much we appreciate you and hope you find something perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to express my appreciation for your work, and this is really important. It's work that needs to continue, and I don't know. I don't really have good words right now. But thank you, and I don't know. We'll keep keep doing the best that we can. I really hate the situation that we're in as a school district right now. It's not fair to our employees. It's not fair to our students.
Everything Director Chase Miller just said. You don't seem like you love being the subject of a bunch of stuff, but so I will leave it at that. But just want to say thank you. Maybe more importantly to you, you've got at least a few people who, like, by profession are climate advocates, which I think is pretty remarkable, actually. Well, 2 of us by profession, you just by, I don't know what, nerdiness? Okay, let's go with that. But who just, like, know this stuff really well and can lean in ways, like, that other people maybe couldn't. So, you know, tap me in, boss. But I just want to say that I know that I will help to make sure that despite the changes, you all still feel like you have people on the board that are listening and care. It is pretty darn remarkable to see that we're like targeted to hit our goals. And the all electric high schools, which some of us took some real grief one day about, made it into the high school design. So I think that's great. I did have a question. I think maybe I've mentioned before that on Fridays, most Fridays, I literally like work school lunch, which is half working school lunch and half managing getting kids K through 5 to compost their waste at our school. And I'm just curious for schools that just like are doing their own weird stuff like that. I don't know that the district knows that we have these volunteers every day that do this. Like, how do you know when schools are just doing their own thing like that? Do you guys have like tracking? Is there like a list?
It's so hard to keep track of all. So here's the thing, like when I started at PPS, I was so impressed to see the amount of things already happening, right, with this policy. And I quickly learned that the breadth of things happening at each school site was just remarkable. And so that's where I think the volunteer capacity and leaning into that communication structures and tapping into volunteer excellence, like how do we create a space where people can share these stories and like show what's going on and get really excited about it. But from a central perspective, it is definitely challenging to try and keep track of all of it and trying to gauge like the benefit of like trying to like really have your hands on it versus letting it happen organically.
Yeah, we actually have 2 Eco School Network volunteers that are part of our little team, and it's been like the same people for years. And she did the math that she thinks we're keeping 402 gallons of milk out of being just thrown away. 700 gallons or 3,500 pounds of food waste diverted, 35,000 of cartons sorted and rinsed that would have otherwise gone in the trash. So I think it was pretty cool that she decided to figure that out to see how much we do every year as a group. I think we should I don't know. It's like I don't want to add more work, but it'd be so cool if we could like harness that because it's like GHG reductions that we're not even counting, right? So anyway, that's all. But maybe we could think about that for the future. Thank you again.
Thank you. In the spirit of brevity, I only had one question, and I'm certain you've looked into all of it because of all the PSEF funding, but I heard the city council grappling for many weeks about what to do with all of this PSEF funding, I think. Could your role be covered? Like, has there been a communication with the city to like figure out what to do with their money to help us? I don't know. I just wanted to ask that. I'm sure it has been explored, but
what we've heard is that there's like everybody wants PSEF money, right? And so we work really, really closely with them on the grants that we have received and are continuously looking to see like how we can expand capacity. But I'm not sure that that's like specifically targetedly been asked of them. But yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, absolutely love it.
Actually, I did actually ask 2 city councilors about exploring options like that. So, yeah. And I haven't heard back. They're looking into it, is what I heard. Director split. It's a little bit beyond nerdy. I was actually help at least in 2 districts. I wasn't the one who said that. She said it. Oh, okay. That was you. Thank you. Vice Chair to pass. A little beyond nerdy. I was part of helping. Well, actually, in 2 separate districts, helping to develop ecology curriculum. So it is something close and dear to my heart. And I'm also super honored to be the board liaison to the best committee on the planet. And the discussions that were happening were just amazing, just incredible. But before we begin, I want to start with a story about the student project summit.
Showcase.
It was really great.
Yes, it was awesome. One of the groups that presented, I have to share the story because it's just students are so brilliant. The Sunnyside, they were building one of their projects was to build an outdoor classroom. So they designed this roof and things like that. But one of the things they found out was the roof was too big, and that the fact that it would have required a lengthy and expensive permitting process in order to get that done. So what did the students figure out? They did two smaller roofs just right under the permitting requirement and overlapped them. So it's one roof. And it was like, wow. Kids are super creative, and that made my day, week or year. I want to just also share, I think, Kat, you came on right before I started on the board, and you were always I know you didn't want this attention, I'm sorry, but
It's okay.
just a bright spot in the district, and the attitude that you took in the work, and it was always just so focused on problem solving, and your outlook was just infectious. So thank you for your work, and I hope you do move on to a better place after this change, but I'm hoping it's for the better. I mean, for you, it's going to be worse for us.
Definitely.
So thank you. That's all I have, and I want to, again, we'll work with you to figure out time for the AI update, as well as what was the other one again? It's really late.
Policy review.
Thank you. Policy review. Thank you.
Okay, so Kat, I'm going to miss working with you. I really particularly, I love that the district hired someone to focus on implementation, and also just learning from you and exploring this concept about climate grief, which some of our students might be experiencing. So I just want to appreciate you for that. I had a couple comments. One is about the term climate justice. And when we think about justice, we think about frontline communities. Those are Black and brown communities that are going to be hit first and worst. And so I'm hoping that we can be really intentional about that justice piece, and do whatever we can to include our Black and brown students in this work. To that end, I've done a little bit of work in my former role about investigating what it was like. We're in Portland, and love is love, and yet in climate spaces, energy efficiency spaces, we just don't see the climate justice piece as much, and we can change that. We can be really intentional about who we invite in, and also the language and the concepts we're using. We know how to include people, and we need to do that in climate spaces specifically. So I just wanted to put that out there. I would like to see the work be, an inclusive space for our kids of color that are going to experience impacts, that are more likely to live in places without air conditioning, in poor quality housing, and all of those impacts. I wrote the word testing, and then I said student survey, and so I was wondering if there is an annual survey, if we can do some exploration around how we can, what terminology, how are we talking about climate justice in a way that's, in some communities you might want to say, your grandma told you not to keep the door open when the heat was on. And that could be a gateway conversation, rather than talking about decarbonization, which is a very science-based term. The last thing is just kind of a wondering I have, because we've got this climate action policy, and we know that transportation and buildings are 40%, that's the bulk of, I'm losing my words because it's so late, but creates the bulk of emissions. My question is then, how can we tie some of this work into our right sizing work? How can we create exemplary schools that people don't have to crisscross town? We've got lots of people driving to, better schools or options that their kids need to go to for various reasons, but I'm wondering if how we consider right sizing can be a solution to some of the decarbonization efforts, because transportation is, I believe it's 40%, or is it buildings? Buildings are 40%, and transportation is very close. And just want to thank you for the work you're doing. Really appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, this is an impressive presentation, and I have to tell you that we have not met, but your reputation precedes you. I knew who you were when you were up here, and I was listening to you talk, thinking how amazing you were. So I was sad to hear that you're leaving us. So I think I'll join Chair Wong in saying, wishing you the best, and in your future opportunities, endeavors, you're clearly going to be missed, and we'll definitely take your recommendations under advisement as we move forward. So thank you very much.
All right, with that, I think that concludes the CCRC
Thank
report.
you.
Thank you again for all the time and volunteer hours that you put into this. All right, next on our agenda tonight is the board discussions on the resolution to adopt the guiding principles for right-sizing Portland Public Schools.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Too late for me to do Robert's rules, right? Is there anyone that's not MC Margaret, sorry, that's like in the audience waiting for this item? That whole crew? Okay, great. Right, but the ERP people are here. That's what I'm trying to get at. Can we possibly do the ERP first, since there are these people that are waiting here to present that don't work for us? I mean, I guess we're paying them. Whatever, I don't know. I'm having a hard time. They just look really tired, and I just... Right. Yes. Anyway.
Well, I hope you're all from Hawaii and non-Hawaii time, so this early.
If we can flip it, but up to you guys.
You support, it's fine.
Does anybody hear what I'm putting down and have concerns?
So
there's just this, raise your hand if you're here to present or listen on the ERP. Okay, so these folks are all here to present to us on the ERP, and they're gonna have to sit through all of us talking about right sizing to Margaret, who's gonna be here anyway. She's just, in a nice way. So I'm just curious if we should flip, that's all.
Okay, let's flip it. Margaret, the board gives you permission to come in late to work tomorrow. I think I just spoke for the board. I'm very sorry. Yes. Okay. So let's flip it. Let's go to the ERP first.
If anybody wants to yell at me later about that, I'm available.
Yeah, we allotted 15 minutes for this item. This is the enterprise resource planning. I guess I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you. So just for reference, enterprise resource planning is fully funded through the 2020 and 2025 bond program. So tonight's presentation will focus specifically on the contracts that support this work, including implementation services, system licensing, and change management. So you'll be asked to approve these contracts later on when you get to the consent agenda. And so this presentation is intended to provide the context and allow for any questions in advance of that vote. So I'll turn it over to Chief of Integrated Operations, Tom Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Good evening, directors. It wouldn't be a late board meeting night without an ERP discussion, so thank you so much. We've made a lot of progress here, and Dr. Armstrong, a lot of that is to you and the focus that you've given on this ERP project. We've been 5 years in the making, and it's taken a lot of focus to get here, so thank you for that. And the architect of the plan to get us here, has brought us here, is our amazing Senior Director, Russell Adamson, who's the Senior Director of Information Technology and Digital Transformation. He's wearing a couple of hats right now. So go ahead, mate.
Thank you. Really glad to be here. It's great to give you all an update. We're at a really incredible milestone in this journey. As you know, there's been a few swings at this project in the past. So to get to this point where we're having a conversation about executing contracts with real detailed plans, real detailed conversations around timeline and value, it's really impressive, really, really impressive. So what I want to do here today as far as the overview is, as always, remind folks, the next slide if you don't mind, maybe, is remind folks that this is all bond funded. This is between the 2020 and the 2025 bond. Program is on track, so we're on our timeline. If you remember the last time I was here, I was hoping to come to the last board meeting. That was a bit of a stretch, very aggressive, but you'll note there's a tone in this program, which is we're being very aggressive, trying to move as quickly as we can because time is money. Even though it's bond funded, we want to make sure that we're being very judicious about how we spend these funds. Today's discussion is really about the contracts. So they basically fall into two categories. One is implementation SOWs, so the work required to implement, and then the actual user license, and we'll talk in detail on both. One of the things I'd like to highlight, though, is the duration that we're talking about in terms of these licenses takes us through fiscal year 35-36. So in other words, the user license that we're talking about will be bond funded during that period of time. It opens up an amazing opportunity for us as a district. So not only do we get all the benefits, we also have this opportunity, and we can manage the financials very closely as we move through time. It was interesting to hear some of the previous topics, some of the ideas that were floated around. They're really not that possible today, given our current systems. They would require a massive amount of work to do them in our current systems. The platform we're talking about hit a lot of those bullet points. So let's keep going.
Promise I'm trying.
I need to crank the wheel behind the scenes. So you see this slide and the next slide every single time we talk about this topic. This is ultimately about process and data enabled by a modern platform. The platform that we're talking about, that we're replacing 26 years ago. The iPhone came out in 2007, so 8 years before that. Okay, so it's a very old, antiquated system that we're working with. It has not been well cared and fed for over time, and we simply cannot run a modern district on the tools that we have today. This is an opportunity for us to clean up our data, to govern it in the right ways, and have very efficient processes so that we can deliver all the services that we need to deliver to this district with the skeleton crew that we have in the central office. This is another slide we always show, which is the scope of impact. These are all the things. Anything having to do with money, anything having to do with people. This is going to impact in some degree pretty much every adult in the PPS community, definitely directly impacting all the central staff, but also the school staff as well. I'm really glad Tom's here, by the way. Yeah, maybe that'd be great. Thank you, Roseanne. There are in the contracts a lot of vendor names, and so I thought this would be a handy dandy grid to say who's really doing what. And I'm also very happy to have representatives from all these different vendors here to support the work. So we had a really good working session today, did some meet and greet with some of the executive team. So I'm really thankful for their support and being here in the room tonight. From a program management perspective, we're relying on Plant Moran. There was program management elements across all the different work streams. Plant Moran is an expert in this space in terms of doing K-12 ERP implementations. So really excited to have the best of the best supporting us in this effort. Percipio, who has an office. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plant Moran.
Thank you. Percipio, even though they're right down the street, they're not here tonight. They are change management leads. They're also the ones that are going to be designing our testing and training strategy. The training strategy. Sorry, not the testing strategy, the training strategy. Business process design, the system configuration, our test cycles, and then we're also procuring 12 months of go live, or 12 months of support post go live. That is with Meridian and Accenture and our Workday team. We are also talking about, again, 10 years of licenses on the Workday platform. That procured us the best deal possible, and it also ensures that we have a stable platform, so we're not doing this any more frequently than we have to. Again, when we're talking about licenses, this takes us through fiscal year 35-36. Okay. Roseanne. So details on what we're talking about as far as the contractual cost of this program. So above the line, we have contracts ready for signature on the consent agenda. That's the 33.481. We have a memo, which hopefully you've all seen, that's part of the board package for not to exceed agreements. I'll just sort of go line by line, starting at the top. The implementation, so the actual work required to configure the business processes, configure the platforms, so that it works for the 8,000 plus users across the district. 10 years of licenses, change management and program management. We've talked about change management and the criticality of that in prior sessions here. Really critical that we get that correct. One of the main ways we're going to make sure we're getting the value out of this work is are people actually adopting and using the system as designed. Below that, a couple of things I want to explain is eUna. That is actually our pre-awards grant management. Today it's a very loose process across the district, And when we do get awarded grants, it's a very loose process to manage it financially, causes a lot of headaches in our financial team. So really excited to have a third-party system that integrates into the Workday platform, again, buying 10 years of licenses for that. Debt Book is a tool that we use today to manage our long-term debt. We're basically just ripping up the current contract and going forward with a 10-year contract at a very good price. And then the very last line is post-deployment support. So when we go live, there's a hypercare period, which usually lasts 2 or 3 months. We're buying 12 months of support after that because we simply won't have the team to effectively manage it and safely land it long term. So that buys us time to understand what is the requirements for that platform and how do we ramp as necessary. So that's a problem that we'll deal with in the 2028 timeframe. Okay.
Next, please.
Last slide. So here are the very high-level timeline dates. The most critical work that we're doing over the summer and into the early fall is process design. That's where we understand exactly what is the work that needs to be done on the Workday platform and what's the depth and the distance from the way we do things today. When we get to October, that's a really critical milestone where we do the detailed planning. That's where I'll come back and say, we're going to do a phased go live or a big bang go live. They have their pluses and their minuses. The team behind me and several other folks will help us work through that. And then we get into the classic technical work of architecture and configure, testing and training, deployment. We're hoping to have some go live starting in the fall of 2027, no later than January of 2028. And then we go into that hypercare. And like I said, then we go into the 12 months of application support. Really want to highlight, though, that detailed planning. That's really when we go into very strict change control. It's also when we'll have a much better understanding of the scope. And like I said earlier, much better understanding if we're doing phased or big bang. And those things matter because that drives the amount of change that we're pushing through the system and all our different users across the community. Okay, that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, let's go around and check. Director Chase Miller? Nope. Director Split?
Thank you.
Nope. I'm just excited. I mean, I just want to reiterate, this has been a long process. My first day on the board, I think we talked about the need for an ERP. Everything. So I'm excited for this to be finished.
Yeah, so am I.
It's clear that there's a need for an update after 25 years, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into the planning. I have a concern or question, a wondering about where the dollars are going. Where are these companies headquartered? I know Percipio is here in Portland, but that represents like 10% of these dollars. And the last time we went through this process, I worked very, very hard to get a minority-owned business as part of the contract, and it wasn't even 10%. But what that meant was when everything was said and done, most of those dollars went to California. And so I'm really curious if you can let me know where, or just share with us where these companies are located. Maybe they're in Portland. I know Percipio is Portland-based, but what about the others? The Meridian, Plant Moran, EUNA?
Yeah, so this came up the last time.
I should say I'm not the only one, I don't think, on the board. I think I can speak for a few of us that we're kind of tracking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So one of the conversations we had last time I was here was that there's basically 2 or 3 ERP solutions globally, right? None of which are local. Meridian is in Florida, and they are the reseller of the Workday platform. Accenture's global, so they have, exactly. Plant Moran is out of Michigan, and like you said, Percipio is here locally. Yeah.
Has there been consideration about, it sounds like we're sourcing the best of the best. Has there been any intentional outreach to our minority and women-owned business communities that are here, that are fairly robust? Now, there's trade associations associated with each of those groups.
Yeah, so this essentially came together through 2 RFPs. One was for the ERP itself, the technical solution, the platform. And then another second RFP, which was for program management and change management. And the way we wrote it was we could have one vendor cover both, or best of the breed, which is what we got, best of the breed. We did actually reach out through purchasing and contract through the procurement team, said who were those designated firms locally, nationally. We didn't get a lot of responses, to be honest with you. Glad to have at least one locally, though. And they are not only they're local, but also women-owned.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I once had to find a vendor that would take dinosaur bones from Portland to Washington, D.C., back to the Smithsonian, and there were no local companies on this side of the country that could do that work. So I had to call the question, just I was curious.
Absolutely.
Well, I would be very excited if I was working in any, I'm already excited, but if I was working in a department that was going to be touched by this, I would be counting the minutes until 2027, the seconds. So it's really impressive. I did read through all the materials and, the pieces that are, plugging into the, the backbone that you've built. And I just wanted to, you said something at the beginning. It sounded like the bond funding, even though we have a 5-year bond, that you were able to secure 10 years of licenses with that funding. So I just wanted to give that a shout out and say nice work. That is great.
Really strong partnership with Michelle and Sarah, obviously, on the RISE team. The whole RISE team has been amazing partners throughout all this, and Michelle is always a great partner.
So once that, not that I'm worried about 10 years from now right now, because I'm not, but in 10 years, that's when we would be renegotiating that and hopefully.
Exactly. Yeah.
A bond for elementary schools and rolling that in. Maybe we'll get lucky. So anyway, thanks. This is amazing. I can't wait to see the impact that it has on staff.
Thank you.
But then also, I think the 10 years, it does give us an opportunity to budget for it, right, moving forward, because I don't know if it's common for districts to put ERPs into bonds, right? So I think it also, to the point, gives a runway to start planning so that when it's time to renew the license, we'll be prepared to do so.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep. Once we get out of the structural deficit.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I have nothing to add. I'm just happy for you, happy for us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying this late.
Of course. And thank you for flipping.
And for those out of town, hope you have a comfy bed in your hotel. What was that? Yeah. Thanks for calling that out. Yes. All right. Next we have. Thank you, Margaret, for staying this late.
Do you forgive me?
Is our right sizing discussion. We've allocated 45 minutes for this. In preparation for the development of these guiding principles, our board held numerous public engagement sessions across the district. Our staff sent out a public survey. We have feedback form on our website, and we're still actively working to engage our community for additional feedback. Tonight is an opportunity for our board to discuss the feedback we've heard so far, to analyze the current draft of the resolution, and to propose changes and additions. At our next meeting, Tuesday, May 26th, we will vote on the principles that will guide the next phase of our right-sizing work. So, did you want me to just start calling, going around?
But first I have something very important news for you all. Deborah Kafori, Chief of Staff. It was very kind of Margaret. It was a great idea, actually. Director Split. Very kind of Margaret. Margaret is on her 630th day of walking. And she has to do it before midnight, and she has to walk for a half an hour. So she needs to be done by 11:30, or else she will disrupt her 2-year streak. So just no pressure, but just wanted to put that on the table.
I'm regretting my shoe choice because I'd so go walk with you. Okay. It sounds so fun. My kids are asleep. I got nothing else.
Just walking around the dais, do laps. All right. So we are at this point, we're discussing giving feedback on the current draft proposal. So I think next up is, Director, I forgot. Is it Director Chase Miller or Director Split first? Director Split first.
It's me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I hate going first because I always have so many things to say to other people. But anyway, so I was able to take a look at what was provided to us in advance. Thanks for putting all of that together. I was able to share a couple of these things offline, but I'll just share them here. So one thing that I asked for was there's language, this is me wordsmithing, there's language in here about healthy learning environments. When I think of health, I really think about it's really like a narrow definition in my mind. So I asked that it say healthy and safe learning environments. That feels like it would be more clearly responsive to concerns about seismic to me. And so anyway, I just thought I would throw that out if anyone has concerns. That's something I've asked for. There's a couple things missing for me. The two big ones are minimizing fragmentation of school communities. This is something I brought up to some of you already, but something I've brought up kind of from the start. I really would like us to see ways of making these decisions where instead of closing, if we were to close a school and then just break those kids up into the nearest 5 or 6 or whatever elementary schools, that to me seems more harmful to those kids than if we can find a way for them to be moved in a way where they're staying with most or a good chunk of their friends and community. So that's a really high priority for me and something I'll continue to want to see here unless enough of you disagree with me, but I'm hoping we can add that. It would be really, I just think it's really important when I think about a student-centered approach that we're thinking about those kids and their experience. And I think that's the most important thing we can probably do for them.
So where are you putting that under healthy?
No, just somewhere under the guiding principles.
Okay.
Just that we would minimize fragmentation of school communities or however we want to put that. Very related is kids being close to schools. This looks like it did pretty well in the survey data we have to date. We can see if that changes, but it seems like that was a priority that was shared across is it Slido? What technology we're using? Slido. Was that we had 6 choices, and the one that talks about compact boundaries that promote safer routes to schools and a sense of community was the highest one. And that really resonates with me, and I really think it relates to that minimizing fragmentation of school communities too. But I would love to see both of those included under guiding principles, that we're minimizing the fragmentation and maximizing that compact boundaries that promote safer routes to schools and a sense of community. I also just the work plan and community engagement pieces and implementation plan. I'm really interested to hear what other people have to say. Those all looked pretty good to me, but I feel like, devil's in the details. God, I hate when it's late and you can't think clearly and you say dumb stuff like devil's in the details. But I do kind of feel like I feel like I might still have thoughts on that as I think about it and hear more from you guys, but it looked fine to me at a glance. And then the last thing is, I've talked about here before that I really want to see us close out there's a current drive to get more input that's closing at the end of this week. And then also I know where we're trying to get some data from some school communities that are underrepresented. And I am really curious to see what that looks like. If we can get to a statistically significant sample or even a smaller sample size of some communities that we know are not represented so far. When we look at who's participated, it's pretty clear that it's not representative of the district. And so I still remain concerned about that. I would love it if we could hear from them before we adopt these, but it does make me wonder too if we will, I don't even know how to put it, if that information comes forward later, how we could somehow sort of layer it in later, if that's what we need to do. I don't know, but it's just something that's still on my mind is outstanding. And I don't want to miss a chance to say out loud again that I really want to make sure we do what we can to get that input. Thanks, everybody, for your thoughts that I look forward to hearing next.
Thank you. Who am I talking? We had a chance to have
We're talking to each other.
Yeah, we all have these small group meetings, and I'm just looking back at the notes I had, and I was trying to compare, and I wasn't sure if any of them had been implemented, and it doesn't seem like they were, so I just want to express a little bit of what I said in our small group. I would like to see a timeline listed out better here, so our community knows what to expect and when things are coming. I noticed that things like, oh, it's so late for my brain. I noticed that things like descriptions of well-resourced schools by grade spans will be drafted and shared with the board and community and will serve as the aspirational vision that will guide right-sizing decisions. That's great, but it would be also, I think, really important to understand when that's coming and how much time we'll have to think about it and talk about it.
Say something really quick.
Sure.
Because I think the direction needs to come from majority on the board. As people are giving ideas, I think my suggestion is that we just keep this in mind. And at the end, we'll kind of go around and see if there are suggestions that people agreed, or you can point out things that you agree on. And if there's a number of board members, the majority that would like it, then those, at least in terms of just trying to figure out what changes should go and what not. Does that make sense?
I almost, like when you're in a meeting and you can like plus something. I wish we could like do it as we go, like thumbs up or nod. I don't know. I'm overthinking it probably, but it'd be nice if we could like affirm things as we go versus remembering what's all been said.
I guess I'm just confused because aren't we talking about the guiding principles?
Yeah.
Can we just talk about the guiding principles tonight? And I mean, I think the work plan is where the details about timelines and things like that will live, and it looks like we're being presented with this outline of a work plan, which I assume will at some soon date have actual dates and times attached to them.
And it's a working plan. It'll be updated. And yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's the guiding principles, because I think the plan is then the next time that we're before you, you all will move to adopt or give some more direction.
So the resolution will lose everything below the guiding principles?
Yes.
Is that the plan? Or should we be
Well,
talking
yes, because the work plan, well, just remember that like all of the engagement that we've done was to inform you all so that you can create the guiding principles. Once the guiding principles are set, there's a whole host of work that needs to happen with data sets and frameworks and maps and all of that. So that will be going back out to community, especially communities that are looking to be most impacted as we go through a couple of iterations and drafts as we work through the process. So the different things may come up, right? So the work plan, details of it, one set of information can send us in a different direction, and then we'll need to update the work plan, I guess is what I mean when I say that it's not like set in stone.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So I think that the general notion is that we want the guiding principles to provide the frame and so this is an outline, as Dr. Armstrong is saying. As the guiding principles are firmed up, then we can say this is the timing. In general, we've given a general sort of timeline of like where things would happen, and we can provide a little more detail than we have. So I think to the specifics of like when will we have something that says it's a well-resourced school, like what does that look like? We can give a better sense of that. I'm hearing the request, and we can give a general timeline. That we can do that in. The other part that I want to hear back, or that I want to respond to just quickly from Director Split, about like as more information comes in, how will there be an opportunity to make some adjustments? I think the answer can be yes, and that would be something that we could say at this time, like in June, if we have more information, that there would be an opportunity to make it.
But not for guiding principles.
Right.
So I think what MC is talking about are the data sets that you all are going to have before you, probably monthly over the next several months. And that may take different shapes and different forms. But in order for us to even like outline that work, we have to know like what you all are rising up to be like, hey, if you do nothing else, these things must be true. And then we'll have that to go forward with. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Director Hansman. Thank you for giving me the grace of interrupting to clarify some procedure.
So I remain concerned that there's no timeline in the guiding principles. I think that our communities would really like to know what they can look for and when. And I think that it belongs in a guiding principle, particularly if Dr. Armstrong is saying that there'll be things happening monthly, to have that in there. So it's a guiding principle that we have a calendar and we have a roadmap for community members to know what's happening and when. I also raised some sort of wordsmithing concerns. We've had a lot of neighborhood schools, community schools, neighborhood schools coming in and talking about, you know, are we the ones that are going to get closed? The heat maps with the enrollment numbers caused sort of shockwaves throughout the community. Like ours is low. Does that mean low and in red? Does that mean that we're going to be shut down? Someone else's is high and in green. And so I had raised concerns in my reading with the guiding principle, little c, little I, access to choice programs will be balanced with the goal of assuring well-resourced neighborhood. No, that's not where I was. Where am I? I think MC knows where I am because I brought it up before. Neighborhood schools at the center of the work. Where's that one?
It's under C. It's just in C itself.
Oh, it's up one more.
Yep. Under
Oh, yeah, thank you. It is
educational options,
right above it,
and then
yes.
it's just the C, not
Thank
the
you.
one. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like 2 hours past my bedtime. PPS operates a variety of schools and programs, all of which will be part of this right-sizing process. That's great. We've talked about that. With neighborhood schools at the center of the work. And so I worry that we will continue to send worry through the community that neighborhood schools are at the center of the work, meaning those are the ones that are being looked at, rather than saying, I can't remember what I said in the small group meeting, but really something saying, you know, we want to lift up neighborhood schools. Every school and every program is being looked at, but I can't remember what I said in the group, but I worry that the linguistics here suggest to neighborhood schools that those are the ones that are being looked at. And so I just want to be cautious. If that's our intention, then fine. But if that's not our intention, I think we should reconsider how little c is written.
I want to back this up because I'm worried that it's confusing. So you actually agree with the sentiment that the neighborhood schools should be at the center of our work, but you're worried that what it sounds like is the opposite, that the neighborhood schools are going to be considered first for closure, and that focus options and things like that would be lower down the list. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that that's what you're putting down, because I just wanted to make sure people heard you.
Yes, and I think I was much more articulate yesterday at 11 than I am today.
It's a different
at 11.
What difference 12 hours makes?
Or 36. Let's see. I went back after we looked at this yesterday, and then I looked at the Slido results, and I noticed that we asked our community members to rank the top 4, and then it seems like we put perhaps the top 3, but at least in the Slido results that I saw, the walkability to school, proximity to school was number 4. And so I think if we're asking community to rank their top 4, then we should have the top 4 put in here. And it seemed like, and I heard at every engagement session that I went to, proximity to schools and walkability and being near your school and the neighborhood school and the communities that it offers was important to people. And so I would like to see that weaved in somewhere into the guiding principles. Maybe it's in C, maybe it's in this wordsmithing of neighborhood schools. I don't know. That's one thing. I think that's all I've got right now. I'm glad the Slido went out. I'm also glad there'll be continued outreach. Yeah, that's all I've got right now.
Thank you. I like this document as is. I'm going to be easy. I was debating, I almost was thinking about trying to maybe second Director Split's recommendation, because I also agree, I think we should try to minimize, keeping school clusters together as much as possible, and also considering those that have been recently affected and things like that, right? At the same time, I worry about putting it in because of that. I think we need, if we're trying to come up with the best plan, the best that we can come up with for the most amount of students, sometimes there's going, you need some flexibility, right? For example, if you have too many things, then maybe you can't even do the best plan because, to maximize the outcome for the most amount of students, because, well, it doesn't fit this guiding principle that we put in here. So like, I heard a wise person once say, when you're making decisions, one thing to ask always is this choice coming from a place of courage, or is this choice coming from a position of fear? And I want to make sure that we be very cautious about putting guiding principles that come from a position of fear, because then we become very constrained in our creativity and thinking and potentially even doing the right thing, like equity. It's going to take some bold moves to make sure the plan is equitable, and that's one of my top priorities. So again, I debate whether putting in things like, although I totally agree, keeping school clusters together and also considering the impact that has, but I also think that you as in district leadership and things are also very concerned about that. And honestly, for me, this part is less important than seeing some scenarios, because that's the time when we can actually test our guiding principles and our board morals. I forgot what we called them in the retreat. Values, our board values, and see if it actually fits accordingly. So I'm for I like this as is. I want to address because Director Engelsman, I think you also pointed something up. The next sentence actually, I think, kind of assures that, because it says with the goal of assuring well-resourced neighborhood schools. And so I'm hoping that's strong enough. But I want to be easy here. I think it's fine as is. Thank you.
I almost exactly. I think I'm happy with it as is, with a couple of comments. One is that, of course, I can personally I have personal values around equity lens, and I appreciate what you said about courage and fear, because people are very afraid of change, and we're going to have to have we're going to have to be very courageous during this process. One thing I didn't see in here, and maybe it doesn't belong in the guiding principles, but we did hear from a community that's already kind of suffered a lot through the Southeast Guiding Coalition, and having been a member of this community that was bused, I still have I have a memory about how the Black community, specifically here in Portland, was harmed by the decisions that were made by a board that wasn't representative of that community, way back in the days. So I like the idea of not creating additional harm to communities that have experienced harm recently. I also love the testimony that came from Kara and another community member that just said, this is an opportunity to meet new people and expand the capacity for love is endless, so you can love new people that you meet. The work plan, I think, that feels like the nuts and bolts of how we're going to do it, but our guiding principles, to your point, I think need to be very a little bit flexible. I also wanted to just throw in, and I mentioned this in our small group, but we're hearing, I'm sorry, I'm also very tired. I do like C, educational options. I like that we operate a variety of schools and programs, all of which will be part of the right sizing. In other words, it's a system-wide look, and I like that. To your point, Director Engelsman, about neighborhood schools being the center, I'm just curious, because that could go either way. I think that we should center neighborhood schools, but I don't want neighborhood schools to feel like they're going to be the first ones plucked off. So I just clarify, maybe rewrite part of that sentence. And then finally, I asked for some transportation studies, because we're hearing that walkability and proximity and tight boundaries are important, but we also have some of our schools where 100% of the people drive, families drive or need to be transported. And I think that's, I'd like to know I'd like to know if we can find out like miles driven, because we're hearing that walkability is important, yet we have lots of people driving their families their children to school. So just curious about what the transportation might look like, current state and then potential future state. And that's it, but nice job. I mean, it's very simple.
Okay. So I'm one of the people who says that the worst decisions are made from a place of fear. I've actually said it up here. But I think in this case, our guiding principles are really coming from a place of community input based on a list that we've given them, that we've given to the community. So I'm not so sure that the community is looking for a lot of flexibility in our guiding principles as much as they're wanting to know what our roadmap is. So I'm okay having, some semi-firm guardrails. I think we need to know what we're working towards throughout this process. And one of the things I do want to call out, and I called this out, actually, let me back up. I do want to say that I do agree with safe and healthy schools, definitely, especially with how so much of our work has been focused on seismic and the safety of our facilities, that I completely agree with. And also the consistent discussion we have about compact boundaries, moving kids together. I love your idea of a transportation study. I think that's a great idea. I would love to know that too. For section, under guiding principles, section D, I brought this up in our small group meeting under the PPS equity lens, adding, we have the bottom we have, and then, okay, so I'm just going to read it. PPS equity lens. PPS will apply the equity lens to inform decision-making, which will consider student demographics, socioeconomic status, and the needs of special education students and multilingual learners. I would recommend that we add our talented and gifted students, and I want to go over quickly why I think that's important. From the lens of our Oregon state statutes, Oregon explicitly treats TAG students it's a need-based educational program. TAG students are legally identified instructional group under Oregon law with distinct educational needs, and I feel like lumping it in with choice is inaccurate, and I'll get to that part. And educational equity frameworks recognize that advanced learners from historically underserved backgrounds are often under-identified and underserved, and not including TAG in the language of this resolution could potentially exacerbate this problem for the long term, because it's something that PPS really needs to work on. And I also think that excluding them can unintentionally signal that advanced academic needs are not part of our educational equity discussions. Also, in addition, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to read the Why They Stay, Why They Leave survey that the district did, but I read through that. Was sent to us on the 29th, and the research narrative provided to the district recommended with high confidence that in order to retain students, the district needs to provide gifted and advanced program support and advanced gifted and programming options earlier. And the actual top 3 findings in this report are related to support of our TAG students. The number 1 recommendation is a TAG program restructuring. Number 2, honors and advanced coursework at the middle school level. Number 3 is Access Academy expansion. So part of the reason we're right-sizing is not just because of population declines, but because we need to retain students. And this report is telling us that we need to look very seriously at this. So I consider it a very important piece of our guiding principles as we do this work. So that's my soliloquy on that. I would love to see, I see choice programs, but I haven't really heard that used until I read this. We really have academic programs and focus options. So when I read this, I'm like, what is choice programs? All of these? Is it some of these? I would love it if linguistically it was kind of aligning with the language that we already use.
Does lottery do the trick?
No.
Lottery is the choice, but I think it's a great point. I think it's a great point, and I think that there was probably going to be opportunities as we go through this course of, like, just being clear about, you know, neighborhood school model, focus option, like lottery DLI, native speaker DLI versus the others. I think we just have lots of different things. So I hear that.
Gosh, I think that would be, I think I just want to point out too, just hammering the tag thing, you know, looking at students who would potentially leave the district, knowing that a lot of them are the ones that leave when we think about, you know, families who would potentially, you know, leave for private schools. I just want you guys to know it's not always the affluent families. This private schools give out a ton of tuition assistance and financial aid. They are dying for these students. And I just don't want to give them a reason to pick them up. You know, if we look at even the access busing, you know, say $400,000, you know, for every student that leaves, it's $7,200. It's 55 students. So really looking at the financial impact of potentially losing those students as we work our way through this process. That's it.
So you're just talking about on D adding tag students?
Yep.
Okay, well, wouldn't mind that, but I'm pretty happy with the way it is. As I remember, there is a calendar somewhere about how we're planning this, isn't there? So I think people have seen that. I think they know what we're doing. I don't think they'd be too worried about that. I looked at the results from the village table, which I was interested in. They're fairly similar to the other results, not that different. And are we still planning to go to individual schools where those people haven't come to the meetings?
Not for the guiding principles.
Okay.
I think as we get into the work, I think there will be a whole different set of information and planning and engagement that you all will
So we'll get
have.
more
Yeah.
information. Okay.
Yes.
And also, someone, a parent, I guess, sent me Oregon PTA's School Consolidation Advisory Guidance. We probably all got that. And I read through it, and it sounds like we're doing it. So I felt pretty good about that. So I'm feeling quite comfortable with these guiding principles.
I feel comfortable with these guiding principles also. I'm glad that Christy said earlier that the devil is in the details, because I think the devil is in the details. And I think that some pieces, like a specific timeline, are some of the details that, you know, will unfold, but we have to be aligned on our guiding principles, which are really like the values that are creating the framework for us to do this work. And I think a lot of what we have talked about and called out is actually in here. I think TAG is addressed in A1. PPS will provide comparable, sustainable, and rich academic programming at all grade spans across the district, so students can attend affirming learning spaces that meet their needs and that are buffered from enrollment fluctuations. I also think that I agree with Eddie. Show me the scenarios. I think I'll have more specifics to offer when we have a clearer sense of exactly what we're looking at and how those measure up against the guiding principles that we've agreed on. Actually, I also think that TAG shows up in the educational options. And I like thinking about that in the context of keeping neighborhood schools at the center of the work. I agree, we need an overhaul of how we do TAG, and kids should be able to get TAG within the context of their neighborhood schools. And if we want to increase equity in TAG representation, that is how you do it. So I would like to, I'd like us to do that, but I think I see places where that is represented, where TAG and that value is represented in these guiding principles as written. And finally, the equity lens. want to highlight that there were some groups that we heard from that diversity of student population showed up for, and some who did not raise that to the top of the list. So I trust that that will be captured through our use of the equity lens. But I want to highlight that and make sure it doesn't get lost. One thought that I had about busing, it's interesting because we've heard a lot from Access families recently about how important busing is for them, and not just the transportation issue, but the community that their kids experience from riding the bus. And I will co-sign that. My kid goes to our neighborhood school, but it is not walkable for us. Every neighborhood school is not going to be walkable for every kid. It just isn't. But we have a really sweet little bus stop crew, and they ride the bus together, and it's the cutest damn thing you've ever seen. And it's really built community among the families in our neighborhood. So I want to make sure that as we're thinking about what it means to center neighborhood schools and kind of some of the values around that, such as walkability, that we're not centering our own personal values, but we're being expansive in how we consider that, and thinking about what we're really hearing from families, because busing, school buses, not busing as a systemic thing, but riding your school bus to your neighborhood school is an equally good option, and just as much as part of that school experience as being able to walk. It's just different. And, you know, equity is not everybody getting the same thing. It's everybody getting what they need to be successful. So I hope that we can keep things like that in mind. And that really makes me think of the capacity for change that was spoken to so beautifully by Kara, and also the Sunrise parent. Yeah, I think that's all I've got.
Great. I think we all said our piece. Do you feel like you have enough information to proceed, move on?
So I just want to clarify a statement that you made earlier, which is, are we going to sort of double click or thumbs up on specific pieces? And is that just so that there's clarity? There are two different, it went two different directions, kind of as we kind of went down, like, are we going to circle back and like say, yes, this is something that the majority of the board is looking as direction for? There were a couple of topics that I'm happy to kind of read back and see if that's something, unless you guys remember all the pieces that you wanted to surface.
Yeah, how about we just do a quick round where everybody can, if there's something you wanted to second, an idea that was proposed by someone else, just state it. And then how about let's start from Director Chase Miller, because we start from this end so that you get to go last. Is that?
May I? I'm
this
looking
way.
at you and I can't even remember what you said, but I was like, that was a good point. But what was
I think all my things went down in flames except one. And honestly, like, I don't mean this in a jerky way. I might vote no on the resolution at this point, because like one of the things that's the most important to me is on their equity. But at this point, the two other things that are most important to me won't be. So I'm just letting you all know. I don't mind. I mean, we could pass things, 6-1 all the time, but I just won't feel comfortable without a couple of things on there that I mentioned. And I'm not trying to be a baby. I vote yes a lot, but I just can't. But I think healthy and safe might be okay. I think people were good with healthy and safe. Yeah, but on compact boundaries, mostly I wanted to have what we heard from community being the most important thing, which was that compact boundaries that promote safer routes to schools and a sense of community was on the list, and it's not going to be, which is fine, but I just think if we're going to do all this engagement and then not take the top thing that we heard and put it on the guiding principles, that does bother me, but I understand that the majority is not with me, and that's fine. But I just want you to understand when I vote no that that'll be because I want to make sure when we do that engagement that we're actually reflecting it back in the work. And then personally, as like a person who was a child, that minimizing fragmentation of school communities is just like it's like a non-starter for me. So I just won't vote yes on it without that. I'm not trying to be a baby. I'm not asking you guys to go back. Otherwise, I think the tag thing is really interesting. I can't quite get there, and I feel like I have a good friend with a kid at Access that's gonna like text me later and be like, "Come on." But I think that when you have like the tag 504 combo or something like that, where you have like a kid who's like neurodivergent and tag, they fall under that special education, and that's the equity piece. The equity piece, including tag, just feels weird to me, and so I think that it's covered in other places, and I support the general idea. It's just adding tag alone as like an equity consideration just doesn't quite fly with me. So that will stop short of saying that we should include that. Was there anything, we have a timeline already, so I don't know why we can't just use that, but was there anything else anybody else said that you wanted to put in?
Can I ask you a question about the compact boundaries?
Sure.
Do you feel like the focus on neighborhood schools is not the same thing as focusing on compact boundaries? Because to me it is. Like, I don't have anything against compact boundaries. But when I read having a focus around neighborhood schools, that's what that means to me.
Yeah, I think to me, neighborhood schools mean you get like assigned a school. And that's the school you go to, which is like a core value of mine, right? So I really like having the neighborhood school piece that we have. To me, I think what makes me worried, I'll think of I have like a specific example in mind. So like Dunaway has a bunch of kids that live in Selwood, and they have to cross, 99? That's like a freeway through the middle of it. And like their community seems to be more Selwood to me. Like they go to the grocery store in Selwood. They will go to get a bagel in Selwood. They're not going to like Reed and like Eastmoreland to kick it, you know? So that's like an example to me of where like the boundary doesn't like fit the community and like crosses this like major barrier. But I know we'll have schools that will break the norm. Like there'll be a school that has kids on one side of I-5 and the other, right? Like that'll happen. But I just think having it be a consideration or like a guiding principle that we try to follow this right boundaries piece that did well in a couple different places in this survey. And then when you look at what that is defined as, it has that compact boundaries that promote safer routes to schools and a sense of community. So to me, it's not just go to the school you're assigned to, that's your neighborhood school. To me, it's having those neighborhood schools like try their best to have kids be close to their schools and in the neighborhood where they're like, not walkable is nice, but like it's just like their community. I don't even know, like, yeah, it's like the identity. Yeah, it's like the placemaking piece. It's really the sense of community that I'm after. You get that at the bus stop. You don't have to walk to school to have that sense of community. But if you suddenly have the Woodlawn district extend like so far that all of a sudden it like includes Cully or something, and you're like, well, their like main neighborhood isn't that like Woodlawn community. It's like out Cully. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the difference. I'm talking a lot trying to define it, but to me that's the difference. And I know, and it's because it did so well in all of this that I feel like it's important.
I mean, I would be open to workshopping some language that is inclusive of what you're describing and kind of coupling that with the idea of a neighborhood school. I don't know if others feel like
You know, I think we have very different ideas of what a neighborhood school is. And so, you know, perhaps a definition like, and some of us up here went to lots of different schools, you know, in lots of different countries even. And so maybe there's some trauma around that. But I think neighborhood school, like in my mind, it's the identity, the elementary, it's the identity of the kind of the community around it. And as we're talking about neighborhood schools, in my mind, I'm like, why wouldn't we put excellent programming so people, if you did have to go to your neighborhood school, it would be a great place to go. It's an opportunity to like increase programming. If Winter Haven, it's such a great place, let's plant that all over Portland. So it doesn't have to be exclusively in one building. Anyway, I think understanding what a neighborhood school means might be helpful, and that bullet C.
Can I just say one
Maybe
thing
that's
I
it.
think might be helpful? And I think, right, neighborhood school address, the community you go. I think one of the things that people are lifting up about the focus option or the choice schools are that they have these specialized areas and they're programmed around that. So where our neighborhood school models are using one set of textbooks and materials, the focus option are designed around, what that element is that makes their school unique, right? And so I think it's just important to just tease that out, because they're not, it may not be as simple as, like, using your example, taking a Winter Haven and then planting Winter Haven all across Portland in areas where it needs to be, because there's things that make that particular school, what it is, unique. Now, I'm not saying that it has to be the only one. I mean, maybe there's some others, maybe it's replicated in some of our areas where enrollment is low. But I think, and I'm sure there's going to be some detailed data sets that really speak to all of the programs and the ways in which they're different and where they're similar.
And I would offer one other piece of sort of information as well. And I think that you have there's a very specific vision that you're all holding, and I think almost all of it's in elementary. And what we have said is that this is a K-12 process, and that we're going to be balancing some of these pieces across multiple grade levels. So when we hear natural boundaries, like major thoroughfares is one, I can think of spaces like Laurelhurst going to Grant, and it crosses I-84, right? So I think that I would just encourage us to think through that you're entering into this with a school in mind, and we're looking at a K-12 system. And so when we talk about what does that mean when we go back to things like, I think Director Engelsman brought this up, both in Jefferson is Rising, when we look at like the 1 mile circle and the 1.5 mile circle, some of that is driven by geography. So we also heard families talk about what's unique about Skyline, for example, and also that as Skyline students then matriculate to Lincoln, that bus ride is a long way, right? And so there are these pieces that we have, it's natural to be fixed in a specific mindset, and what part of the challenge we heard loud and clear is we're going to put everything on the table and we're looking at everything. And that means we're going to have to look at it from different vantage points, and they're going to surface different trade-offs. So part of what is happening in the guiding principles is that, yes, the six pieces, right boundaries, right impact, those 6 things are in policy. We are going to look at those 6 things, and we're going to say, when we get into the trade-offs, I think that there's this piece of what did we hear from community, and we can lift those things. And they're going to be trade-offs, and there'll be times that they're in competition with each other. So all of that's going to happen, and the guiding principles should provide a frame that we're going to try to work towards, and we're going to also surface some of those trade-offs. So I don't know that we're going to hit it exactly. I think if there's this piece, I am hearing this concern from you, Director Split, about if it's possible, don't fragment a community in the change. Like, I'm hearing that as something that is not explicit in sort of some of the pieces and you've said this a couple of times. So of those things, I think the nature about sort of what compact boundaries are there's ways that we can look at that will surface, and it's part of what is in the policy. So I think that the question that I'm hearing a little bit that's a little bit flipped is more around if there is a school consolidation or a merger, how we do that. What I heard from you is to say, try not to to split the communities. I'm thinking this is like when we had to relocate Markham, we had to spread Markham across multiple schools as opposed to taking Gray and moving it in with Jackson. So that's kind of the mindset that I had as you're describing those, is that try not, if possible, to spread across multiple, if possible.
And I just want to double down on looking across K-12, because I think when I hear you speak about it, I'm thinking of not necessarily neighborhood, but even programming. And so like I know Da Vinci invests in their dance program, and those dancers go off to Franklin or they go to Jefferson. And so, you know, keeping the goal of having these programs that feed into these schools that have like these unique, beautiful parts, all different parts across, right? Getting to that graduating senior and beyond of whatever their goal would be. And so keeping that community intact as they move through middle and high as well, right? So, but I know that I have a secondary lens, and that's where my brain just defaults to. Yeah.
I think those were really helpful reminders, actually. And I mean, when we think about that middle school experience, right, that is bringing together multiple elementary schools. And so that concept that might work when we're just thinking about an elementary school isn't going to work when we extend out to elementary schools, because for some it's just going to be closer and for some it's going to be farther. But at that point, they go from being one community to one community that is made up of many parts. And so we're going to have the space to be flexible about how we bring those parts together. And I'm also thinking about the idea potentially like of kids crossing the river, kids from Northwest crossing the river to go to Roosevelt or something like that, like, which might end up being really important for a Roosevelt enrollment and a shorter bus ride for those kids. But also it's crossing a river and driving down a mountain and like not compact, but maybe the best choice. Highway.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking of the guiding principles not as 100% all the time on everything, but as like things that we want to prioritize, which is maybe a difference. But I do think getting down to that, like maybe we just have a definition of neighborhood school that we can consider adding or something like that. Because that there
could be a definition section, I think, of like, here's some of the language, and I think that this was brought up in a couple of pieces, like, what do we mean? And Dr. Armstrong said it earlier. What is an alternative? What is a neighborhood? What is a focus option? What does that mean for heritage speakers, et cetera? Like, what are like, to be clear in this? And I think that this was that sometimes we use generalized terms when really we need the specificity of the list. Like, this may be one of the places that the list is really important.
Yeah. I just wanted, again, my thing is I just feel like we're hearing it here and I'm trying to figure out how to get it onto the paper. But thanks everybody for listening to me. Did everybody agree on healthy and safe? Safe and healthy, one of the two? Okay, we're good on that one. All right. And we'll figure out if we need to add anything or we can on fragmentation of school communities, maybe as we go.
The one thing I want to bring up again, I brought it up in the small group meeting. So my house is 1.1 miles from our elementary school, which triggers yellow bus options, which of course cost the district money. And we're 0.5 and 0.6 from two other schools, which are not our neighborhood schools. And in our community, there are dozens of kids who are 1.1 or 1.3 miles from our elementary school and who could take the yellow bus, sometimes do take the yellow bus. But I remember talking to some parents who say, we don't take the yellow bus because my kid has ADHD or my kid has anxiety. And we walk to school because it settles their brain, it gets their wiggles out, they're in second grade. And so by the time we get to school, they have their blood moving. We know from all the safe routes to school stuff, we know from our research that kids moving is better for learning, which of course is better for our board goals. And then having lots of options about how to get to school, a yellow bus, a bike bus, a walking bus, whatever it is, a parent driving you or carpool, all of those lift up our goals to undermine chronic absenteeism or fix chronic absenteeism. And so I want to lean into the idea that being able to walk to school is important for community, but also for our board goals of third grade reading and fifth grade math, because it helps some students, it helps them learn. And that also, for some students, being on a yellow bus is very hard. It's very loud, it's very hot sometimes, it's, who was I? I was talking to somebody that said all teachers or all parents and all teachers and everybody should ride the yellow buses and get a sense of what the kids experience. Because for some kid, my kid loves it. Some kids don't. And so we do have to recognize that it's just not sort of a one size fits all. And if we can create a school system and I go back to the fact that we asked people to rate their top 4, and if we'd said rate their top 3, maybe they would have done it differently. And so just being able to, and maybe walkability isn't the right term, maybe alternative routes or alternative ways to get to schools is important to have as a guiding principle, because our community said it's important to them, and then we also know it's important to our kids' brains as they learn. So that's all.
Thank you. I just want to focus on if there's anything. I think my vote is still
13 minutes.
I'm looking at that too.
Yeah. My vote is still
appreciate the consideration.
as is, because I think
Except healthy and safe.
Except healthy and safe, with the caveat that as we develop the definitions, that it incorporates the issues that Director Split brought up. One of the things I do want to bring up is, having seen the SCGC, there's a couple of things that the reason I kind of paused a little bit or I still want to think about it a little bit more is because there are situations where sometimes, there's 3 elementary school. And I was thinking about through K through 12, and that's why I had a little pause on it, is because there's certain situations where it just makes more sense when one community splits into 2. And here's the thing. They become new communities. And that's the part that I think, again, place of courage or place of fear, right? It's a place of fear that we're joining a new community, courage to join a new community, place of fear not to split it. And that worries me because we have also 2 other things that are also in play that helps with that transition. I think from the SCGC, I remember there's a policy that allows people who start in a certain school to continue in their school, in their path. And so they can stay with the kids that they grew up with and stuff like that. So that's part of it. And the other thing is also the sibling too. You can go to the same school as your sibling. So that already helps certain groups that are already together stay together through the process. So that's one of the things that allays one of my fears about that. At the same time, I think it's still worth the discussion to bring up the issues that Director Split brought up and further define it. But my current vote right now is with healthy and safety as is. The other issue I did bring up, which was about the impact to Title I schools that have recently seen impact, I think that falls under the equity clause. And I just want to verbally confirm it that would fall under the equity clause. And so I think I am fine with this as is. So thank you.
Yeah, it's in the implementation plan down below, in the approach and analysis that they will assess the impacts on program change, on communities that have been recently impacted by enrollment changes, as well as Title I school communities. So it's down below in 4 subpoint 3.
Great, thanks. I remember seeing that there, and that's why I think.
I'm fine with this as is with the addition of the word safe. I just assumed that we'd look at natural boundaries like the river. But I don't know if we need to be more specific about that. But yeah, pretty much what Eddie said.
I am fine with the addition of safe. I am curious why there is so much pushback about calling out tag when it is a needs-based designation by the state of Oregon. I mean, you can make the same argument, I think that A1, all grade spans, affirming learning spaces, meet their needs. You could say we could delete special education students in D because it would fit under 1, but we wouldn't do that. So,
that's disability.
Right, but what I'm telling you is that tag is recognized in the same way by the state of Oregon.
But it isn't.
It is.
It's recognized and it's protected as its own thing, but there's like a Venn diagram of kids who are tagged but not special education.
Right.
Kids who are special education but not tagged, and then tag kids who are special education. So
Right.
there's still
As the mom, when I completely understand this. So.
Tag kids still have legal protections, but it's not the same thing as the legal protections that are guaranteed to people with disabilities by federal law.
I just want,
But
thanks for
we're
both the
talking about
input.
the context
I
of
just want to.
educational equity, and that is meeting a child, giving them the tools they need to, it's getting late, to the best of their ability. It's not getting to one bar, it's getting to everybody's bar. And by excluding them, we're feeling, I believe that PPS will leave them behind. In my experience of 15 years in PPS, it has not been a priority. It does need to be a priority. We are losing students because of it. We need to focus on it. And our own data, our own report that we just got is literally like 1, 2, 3. This is one of the reasons we're losing students. So, but why wouldn't we attach it? So I'm just kind of wondering, what's the reason not to?
The reason for me not to attach it is because the equity framework is there to ensure that kids who are historically marginalized and underserved have the same access to resources and education that other students have. Like I said, there's that Venn diagram. So you have kids in that tag bubble who qualify as that, who haven't had their needs met, who have their tag overlaps with a disability, and that's documented in their 504 or their IEP. And then you have kids who qualify for tag, who do okay with extra enrichments or with this or with that. I'm not done yet.
I know.
We do not have a great system for tag. I think I said earlier, I agree that we should take a fresh look at how we do tag. I think there's opportunity for that there. But tag kids as a whole, as a set of kids, are not historically underserved and disadvantaged. That doesn't mean they are getting everything that they need out of their education in PPS, but they're not a historically marginalized group. And a lot of these kids come from families that have the resources to get them the supports that they need, whether or not it's in PPS. And the reason we have an equity filter is because kids from immigrant families and Black and brown communities don't have that same level of access to fill in those gaps for their kids.
I think that's fair. I think the way I'm looking at it is through an educational equity lens, which is a little bit different. So I'm wondering if there's a way to incorporate it into this resolution, because if we don't, I have real concerns that we're going to continue to leave these kids behind and we're going to continue to lose these families.
Yeah, can I just jump in and say that I think it's a great conversation, and I appreciate the wrestle with where it belongs. But I also just wanted to remind you all that we will be having a conversation on mission, vision, and the strategic planning part. And I know that all student groups, TAG and others, will be included in that. And I guess I just wonder if that's more of the place. And then the only other thing that I wanted to add was that one of the data sets that we're going to bring you all are looking at wait lists of some of the focus options and programs that we have. Like, we know that there's over 300 families on a wait list for access right now on the southwest side, right? What might that look like, or what might that, change or impact if, maybe there was, access on two sides of the river? I don't know, but all of those conversations are going to be addressed. Like, it doesn't need to be named in a guiding principle to, I think the guiding principle is like holistically, right? That whole thing. But fair, though, questions. And we will have data sets that examine some of the wait lists in the particular areas and what that does or maybe not do to enrollment in other nearby schools. Yeah.
So, so I think I'm just going to summarize and perhaps reassure. So one is there's a commitment to disaggregate data and to share what that looks like, both by in terms of in a variety of ways. So I think that it will be it will continue to be a conversation, and I think that the question that we will have and what that looks like is how does who is accessing. We can talk about what it is. So, we can talk about our students, overrepresented, underrepresented. What does that mean? I think is, and the other part of that is like which communities are either benefiting from some of the shifts and also bearing the burden. So I think that will be a consistent piece. I think in some ways we're in the abstract, and what I'm hearing is give us some examples so that we can see if we're missing something. So I think that is the guiding principles will help us do that, and then we can start to we're committed to giving, as Dr. Armstrong saying, this piece around this. We've talked a lot about a focus option programs, alternative programs. How are people making families? What are those impacts on strong neighborhood schools? So we'll bring some of those data sets. I think that we'll be able to do that and share some of those soon, so that you can see like this is how and the way that we'll be able to share information and see if that makes the mark or reassures. Because what you're talking about is intersectionality often is that you're looking at this is access to a specific thing, and we're looking at socioeconomic status or disability, or that we're looking at places of intersectionality, and I appreciate it.
And you articulated that well, because I'm going to cut you off because you're going to have to go run here soon. But what I will say is that I would also say that, start standing.
Okay.
I think having equity, we don't need to name all of the groups, because I would be also concerned if we were naming out other specific groups saying we need to put this in, right? I think we understand the charge with equity and access and the way in which we need to make sure that there's these opportunities across the city.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
As you're walking out, I just want to check in with Director Sullivan, since we didn't hear your final, if you had any final vote.
I think it's perfectly fine the way it is.
Great. I think we have, but with, yes, thank you. We have the first readings next, correct? Process for ERP. Yeah, we shift things around. Okay, so this, not for today. Yeah. First readings of several policies from the policy committee. I'll hand this over to Vice Chair DePass.
All right, and I'm going to talk as fast as I can. So this is at the April 27th Policy Committee meeting, we discussed and recommended revisions and rescissions to several policies. In Section 7, with the exception of one policy in Section 1, the policy in Section 1 is 1.70.010 P, policies and administrative directives. Add language confirming that will and shall are intended to express the same meaning, and that will be throughout our policy manual. Moving on to the Section 7 policies, that's under community. Staff recommended applying the following non-substantive formatting and language updates to all of the policies in Section 7. That's applying a consistent template, heading, margins, spacing, font, etc., based on the updated template developed by the board office. We'll apply consistent capitalization to superintendent, board. We'll correct typos, and we'll update language, replacing all instances of district with PPS and shall with will. We'll change he and she to they, or his and hers to their. The second one is school site councils. There's non-substantive updates and deletion of redundant language, adding language in reflecting the board's encouragement of inclusion of students as members of site councils, and that was a student suggestion. The next one is district-wide advocacy and fundraising, non-substantive updates and deletion of obsolete language related to the 23-24 and 24-25 school years. The next one is the policy on district foundation, update with language adapted from the OSBA policy, Oregon School Boards Association policy, inclusion of a purpose statement, and reference to our operating agreement and articles of incorporation. We'll add language in to require annual reporting to the board on foundation-funded projects. And we'll also correct a typo in the Internal Revenue Code citation, and kudos for whoever read it and found that. The next one is parental and family involvement in support of academic achievement. This policy is recommended for rescission. It's out of date. The references rescinded or replaced policies, subject matter covered in other places, 2 other places. The next one is volunteers. We'll update with language adapted from the Oregon School Boards Association model policy on volunteers, including language focusing on student safety. We'll remove outdated or obsolete language. And finally, citizen community sponsored contests is recommended for rescission as it's outdated and its purpose is unclear.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
And citizen is kind of a old-fashioned word too.
Yeah.
But it's being rescinded, so.
Great, thank you. As just a reminder, this is the first reading, which is when we're introducing these policy changes. With this, by policy, the public comment period is open for a minimum of 21 days. These policies will also be in between this meeting and the June 9th meeting. Will be revisited then for an opportunity for public comment as well as when these policies will be up for a vote on June 9th, our June 9th meeting, which will be the second reading and the day of the vote.
These policies will also be on our proposed policies website, and we have received no comments about any of these public comment.
Director Engelson, did you have a comment question?
I do. One of the things that we talked about at I think it was at 2 policy committee meetings, and I'm not seeing it in here, is that, and I thought I would find it now, and I'm hoping that legal can help me. We are removing from 7.20.020 volunteers, we're removing the criminal history verification form. And 2 times now I've brought up that we don't have it anywhere else. And I was told that there would be language in here that says this doesn't take effect on our vote until we amend the tranche 5, and I'm not seeing it in there.
It is actually I'm sorry, I'm guessing you didn't get that nobody called you. I apologize for that. The language is actually not removed from there. It was simply updated to say that and I'm trying to find it here with you. If you look at 5, that they will complete a volunteer application, which includes the volunteer background check, which is what is actually done now. So it's removing the wrong reference. Volunteers don't go through, that's not the right phrase anymore. So instead of doing what you raised, which you did talk about, Emily went back and talked with our security people to find out what we actually do, and this is actually what we do. So there's no need for that, what I'll think of as the contingent language. And I'm sorry that loop wasn't closed to tell you that. It's in here in a tighter way that we don't need the contingency.
Perfect. So volunteers in the volunteer application,
yes,
do go through a criminal background check.
They do that through that process.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So is a volunteer background check? Oh, sorry, I went out of order. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
We're not in any order. Not technically out for discussion, but go ahead.
So volunteer background check is a criminal background check. It's the same. It includes that. Okay.
This is the phrase
that we're using.
This is what we do for volunteers, and I will confirm the scope of it because I know it's absolutely not the same scope as for employees.
Okay.
But it's what we do now.
Thank you.
I would love that before, it sounds like it's going to be on the policy committee meeting, so perhaps for the next policy committee, just so we know it's all buttoned up. Thank you.
Exactly what we do now. I mean, we're not changing anything. We're putting the words in there and we'll get you what we actually do now. That's really the question. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess, yes. I think that the reason that so what we do now that's not enshrined in policy can change it can change. And so a policy lays out what happens, and if a volunteer application, someone just decides to change what that process is, we just have volunteer application instead of having the safety parameters of criminal background check or whatever else happens. So I just want to make sure that, because a policy is what dictates, and then what happens with security behind the scenes can change with what someone in security thinks is important or not important, right?
I actually think that's a term of art, so let me just get
Okay.
an answer to that. Because
Thank you.
that was my understanding when I heard it, that it's a term of art to get at exactly what you're talking about. Let me make sure of that, and we'll send an email. Okay.
Thank you.
And it's also going to be on the right? I'm
Well, we're gonna
realizing
be-
that between first and second readings, it goes back to the policy committee. Is that what I heard
No,
you
it
say?
it goes to the. Oh, will it come back with that? We can add that to the agenda, absolutely. But I thought you said we were just going to vote
Well, I
on
think-
it.
Well,
after
typically
21
what
days.
what happens is you have the first reading introduced, and then in the policy committee in between the first and second reading, it's just on the agenda for potential discussion, not necessarily that you have to discuss it.
Mm.
That's typically what happens, just so that there's
Okay, let's
availability
do that.
for public comment, not just on the day of the vote.
It makes perfect sense.
That's typically what the practice is.
I just haven't seen it that way. So when you said it sometime recently. I don't remember. Maybe it was at our board retreat. You said that is the process, and so I thought, oh, that's let's do it.
Except sometimes the cadence of the meeting falls outside of the 21 days. But anyway, yeah, we'll bring it back.
And sometimes it's not necessarily on the agenda just for discussion. It's just like uploaded on board books there in case.
In reading through these, there were some that were not redlined at all. Does that mean there was no change, or?
They're being deleted.
They're being
They're
rescinded.
just being totally deleted?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, next up we have almost the last thing, the consent agenda. Board members, if there's any items you would want to pull for a separate discussion, please indicate that now. All right, Ms. Powell, are there any changes to the consent agenda? Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Vice Chair DePass moves. Was that Director Chase Miller? Seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Board discussion on the consent agenda. Ms. Powell, has anyone signed up for public comment? All right, the board will now vote on resolution 7303 through 7305. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
I didn't vote yes, but I'm voting yes. Sorry, I was just late.
Abstentions? Thank you. Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. All right, board members, are there any items you would like to request for a follow-up or consider an agenda item in the future? All right.
Remind me again if there's another way to share just the next meeting. I did have something, but I forgot
You
it.
can always email me and Roseanne.
Okay, great.
All right, with that, this meeting is adjourned. Please go home just a bit shy of midnight.